All right. Welcome to the live show. You know what time it is. Thank you for tuning into the live stream. Yes, sir. We are back with another episode. God bless you. Thank you for tuning in. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Thank you for tuning into the live stream. It is your boy Genesis. You know what time it is. All right, it is currently 1:55 a.m. and today's date is the 8th of December 2024. The year is coming to an end, guys. What is going on? It's almost over. It's almost over, guys. What do you guys think about all of this? What do you guys think about all of this, guys? Uh, okay. So, where do we start? Where do we start? Where do we start? All right, let's start with the OG conversation, which is, um, of course, Karine Jean-Pierre. She was grilled over Hunter Biden pardon. People were asking, like, do you owe an apology to the American people? Of course, KJP. KJP. What does she have to say? Who knows, bro? Who knows? She's tired. In my opinion, she's definitely tired. She's like, look, they just tell me what to say. I come up here, I say it, and they change their mind. And now I look like a liar. She may not necessarily be a liar. However, she's been made to be a liar now because she comes on the podium and then, she says what she's been given to say by the administration, but it turns out to be cap. Cap on cap based on Kaepernick. All right, here we go.
Back here to domestic politics, we do wonder where the apology is to the American people for the lie that we were given for the better part of a year. Will you pardon Hunter Biden, Joe Biden? That question also asked to Karine Jean-Pierre. Of course, we were told the answer was no, he would not. Never. And now we've seen that pardon. So Karine Jean-Pierre is now being asked whether or not they owe the American people an apology.
He thought about it, and he weighed. It was not an easy decision to come to, and he put out a comprehensive statement. And I would certainly, offer that up to folks out there who are wondering. I would say, please read the president's response to this in full.
I'm sure my colleagues have a few follow-ups. Just very specifically.
It's not only colleagues who watch this. There's also the American people.
Exactly.
So to be
Exactly.
fair,
And they were told by you in July that this would not happen, and it did. I'm saying, asking for yourself, not the president's statement, but for yourself. Do you feel like you are owed an apology by the president? Do you owe an apology to the American people?
Zeke, I just laid out the president's thinking. The president laid it out himself in his own words. He did. He laid out how he wrestled with this decision. He said in his statement, as a president, as a father, he talked about how difficult it was to make this decision.
What's infuriating, they don't even acknowledge reality, which is probably a pretty good tactic if, you're just trying to control the news. The problem for them, though, is at some point it just becomes delusional. She's delusional when she refuses to acknowledge the clear reality of all of her denials.
Yeah, this, if you look at the timing again, 2000, and the date that he starts the pardon from, it's very clear. This isn't about pardoning Hunter. It's about pardoning Joe Biden. It's about pardoning Jill Biden, who also participated in terms of enjoying the largesse that was made from abroad, from our China, Ukraine, and Russia. It includes the grandkids who there were offshore. Remember the offshore accounts that were put in the grandkids' names? So the entire Biden scheme to sell out the country and make money off of Joe Biden's position as vice president. That's what this was about. This was not some selfless father looking out for his crackhead son. This was about pardoning the entire family racket and everyone involved in it. And
by the way, we're not done.
No.
I mean, the pardons to come will in themselves, I believe, be an admission.
Yeah.
It won't just be. We'll see. Yeah. I mean,
and honestly, if I were a betting man, I would bet that Joe Biden pardons himself before he leaves office.
Wow. Well,
what we actually talked about off camera is also that these pardons, as much as we all hate them and know that it's really an admission of what we've always known about what was on that laptop from hell. Right. It will make it very easy for Donald Trump to pardon the January 6th political prisoners.
Oh, it's by using the exact same standard.
Yeah.
You don't have to go anything beyond that.
It would actually be different because it would be a pardon in the spirit of a pardon which is specific.
Yeah.
These are blanket. Hunter Biden's pardon is a blanket pardon over an 11-year time frame for things that we don't even know.
Also,
I mean, we do know, but we know.
We know who the big guy is. Come on.
Also, the political activity that went into the investigation of Hunter Biden vastly helped him, as opposed to hurt him. Yeah. It was, you had the Secret Service, you had the IRS, you had the FBI, you had DOJ. Everybody was desperate to try to help Hunter Biden, and then it wasn't until that got blown up
that's right.
that he got charged. And whereas it's the exact opposite with the January 6th people. The January 6th people have been doggedly pursued and persecuted by prosecutors who have a political agenda.
Yeah, it's like Cuba-style stuff that happened to the January 6th people.
That, real quick, Charlie, when you were talking to her, I was just thinking, you're like, she's delusional. Talking about Karine Jean-Pierre. Yeah. I don't know. It's really fascinating. It's very Orwellian to hear her speak. And what I'm getting at is, here's a specific question. Do you apologize to the American people? And the answer is, the president has given a comprehensive response. I'll refer you back to that comprehensive. As though the president's words, crafted in a press release, have the authority that is unquestioned and should answer all your questions.
It's news.
No, I have a specific question that's not addressed in that memo. I refer you back to dear leader's words. You know?
I think what's so gross about
Man, look, there's no way they're going to admit that they're going to apologize to the American people, because even though they said multiple times, we're not going to do it, Joe Biden said he wasn't going to pardon his son. KJP, Karine Jean-Pierre, said, look, the president has said it. He's never going to pardon his son. He believes in the Department of Justice. He believes in the jury. But it is what it is. It's not just feasible for them to admit and apologize to. My mic is different tonight, isn't it? It's so sharp. Wait, do you prefer the mic like this? Let me know. But Joe ain't finna pardon, ain't finna apologize, okay? He's saying they're going after his son.
This entire situation with Hunter and the families, that you remember when JFK said, that's not what the country can do for you, what you can do for the country. The entire Biden legacy, in my opinion, is about what the government, what these positions can do to help the family. And I'll tell you, you'll see a perfect example this coming weekend. Jill Biden is taking a solo trip, and we know she's going to end up at Notre Dame along with Donald Trump for that sort of grand opening and of the Notre Dame Cathedral after the renovation. But before that, I mean, this is a big junket. I mean, she's going to 4 countries. She's going to UAE. She's going to Italy. She's going to Qatar. She's going to end up in France. Like, I wish Doge was happening right now. Like, what purpose could there possibly be other than to waste our money, which they've done, and feed off of the American people, which Jill and Joe have done their entire political career? Why is Jill Biden going? Joe Biden's not going. He's not well, probably, but there's no purpose in her going. Maybe to France. Maybe you could justify France. No need for her to go to all these other things. She's on her way out the door.
Rachel, it's really hard to give.
Look, she's the first lady, okay? She's the first lady. She's going to support her husband. The first lady has some sort of responsibilities to do to do what she's supposed to do. And now they're saying maybe Joe is not feeling too well. However, it's like, look, that is the president of the United States. I don't know why they're saying that, you know, he ain't feeling well. But look, I don't know why he wouldn't go. This is the president of the United States. Anyway, the president-elect Trump was there. So that sort of kind of showed strength to the American people. And yeah, it is what it is. Now, what is going on with this United Healthcare CEO situation?
It's a breaking story we've been following all morning. Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, fatally shot in Midtown Manhattan this morning in what officials are calling a targeted attack. A manhunt currently underway.
The shooter steps onto the sidewalk from behind the car. He ignores numerous other pedestrians, approaches the victim from behind, and shoots him in the back. The motive for this murder currently is unknown, but based on the evidence we have so far, it does appear that the victim was specifically targeted. But at this point, we do not know why. This does not appear to be a random act of violence.
And that's where we'll start with John Levine, New York Post editorial reporter. So this was news that rocked Wall Street this morning, and it's certainly shaken up New York City, too. On a day like today, we're going to have a tree lighting tonight, 1 million people going to Rockefeller Center. You wake up and read this headline that this person was targeted and gunned down, but killed, fatal. It doesn't leave a good taste in the mouth of New Yorkers who are traveling along the streets today as a manhunt is underway.
Rockefeller Center is only maybe 100 meters away from where this murder took place, and the killer is still at large running around, not far from where we're sitting right now. So it's very, very scary, and this was not, as he said, it was not a random act of violence. It was not a mugging. It was a premeditated murder. It appears to be a targeted assassination, like something we saw in New York of the bad old days of the mob, you know, when you had the mafia killings all over the place. So, you know, it's the Wild West out there now, and it just shows you, like, we have to really, you know, rein in what's going on here and get to the bottom of it.
There's interesting technology angle to this, too. I mean, they're talking about how you can fly drones over Central Park, if that's where he was last seen. The e-bike is an interesting story because you have to use your credit card to get in an e-bike. And in the press conference, the NYPD said that they are working with the company who owns that bike to get GPS tracking location. So there's also interesting technology angles in this.
We have never had a more formidable NYPD, a better NYPD, a more capable NYPD to solve these kinds of crimes. As you say, there's all these technical innovations that didn't even exist 10 or 15 years ago. So it's been about 6 hours and he's still on the loose.
All the CCTV.
Yeah,
They've been
exactly. Cameras are everywhere.
Block to block.
I hope we can get to the bottom of it quickly, hopefully before the tree lighting.
You do have an NYPD, though, that is dealing with much more migrant chaos in this city than they ever have before. Now, I don't know if that will impede them in this case, but certainly Mayor Adams is saying enough with the chaos, enough with the migrant crime. He seems to be kind of doing a major shift. Listen to what he had to say.
Those who are here committing crimes, robberies, shooting at police officers, raping innocent people, have been a harm to our country. I would love to sit down with the Board of Czar and hear his thoughts on how we're going to address those who are harming our citizens. Cancel me, because I'm going to protect the people of the city.
What do you think about this new kind of cancel me phase of the Adams regime here?
Well, look, a lot of mayors and governors right now are promising not to cooperate with mass deportations and with the Trump administration. But Adams is promising to sort of be open to it. And I think we have to remember that he's currently under federal indictment right now. And that is something that President Trump could make a lot better for him with clemency or commutation or what have you. And President Trump does issue pardons to people. He has a history of doing it. And I think he kind of has Mayor Adams over a barrel. Because if Mayor Adams wants to be considered for commutations or leniency, he better cooperate with the new administration. And I think he knows that, and I think Trump knows that.
Some people are saying Adams is just being optimistic that Trump may show him some love based on the fact that he is facing some charges right now. So, you know, if Trump shows him some love and pardons him, then that's it, you know. So he has to cooperate, definitely. He 1,000% has to cooperate with, you know, the Trump administration. I mean, what is it going to do? Not cooperate when the Democratic DOJ has already indicted him? So, man, look, Adams knows what he's doing. He is a politician, okay? He is a politician. So politicians are smart. They know how to play the game. And, of course, he knows what he's doing. But him saying he wants to protect the New York everyday people, of course, that's something you should do. You're the mayor of New York. Come on, Eric.
Looks like he is. A lot of people saying they don't really care why he's cooperating, but they want him to clean up the city and do what's right for New Yorkers, especially people paying taxes here. But speaking about all of us who pay taxes here, who also ride the subway, waiting on a Daniel Penny verdict. Many say that if they find him guilty, nobody will help anybody on the subways or the streets anymore.
I mean, what essentially they are doing is criminalizing the right of self-defense. If you see someone in danger, you're just as likely to end up in jail as the perpetrator if you try to help. So I really do worry if they send Penny to prison for 15 years, 20 years. It's going to be wild here. They're training us and they're forcing us to just look the other way when we see wrongdoing, and it's sad and it's terrible and it's very dangerous.
You mentioned an interesting comment, though, of what Mayor Eric Adams has been saying that the jury may have heard. Tell us what those comments were about Eric Adams maybe sort of defending Penny.
So yesterday, Mayor Adams came out and basically defended Daniel Penny. I don't think he specifically called for an acquittal, but he came out very strongly for Daniel Penny. And the jury is not sequestered. So it's likely that they have probably now seen that. So, that may influence their decisions. We don't know. But it's ongoing. And I think the evidence suggests that he should be found not guilty. But we all ride subways. But you can never trust a New York City jury. And I do wonder who's going to be the Henry Fonda, in that courtroom to really, take it the home stretch.
It does feel like a watershed case. To live in a city like New York at some level, even in the best of times, you have to rely on your fellow citizens to step in. I mean, as a dad whose kids are around the city, I pray every day that there's people on the subway who are keeping an eye on the kids traveling there, and if something happened, would be willing, without a second thought, to jump in and do something. But, you look at this and you say, maybe this is the moment where that either rises or falls.
The closing argument to the jury was, when you're alone on a subway, who would you rather get on with you on that subway train? Daniel Penny or Jordan Neely, the perpetrator? And, that's a very easy question.
Very stark way to put it.
John, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Good to see you.
Like I've always said, I've been saying, I can never say Daniel Penny is 100% innocent and he's a hero and all that BS people are talking about. He's not no hero. He did what he had to do. He said he was protecting himself. However, to me, he's not a hero. It was 3 people against 1. 2 people were restraining Jordan Neely's arm. So, shout out to Daniel Penny. He is a veteran. Thank you for your service. He's a Marine veteran. So, but saying he's a hero because what? Why? Because he ended somebody else's life. He wasn't, helping the people on the train like they were looking for help and said, look, help us, Daniel Penny, save us, Superman. No, there were other men on the train restraining Jordan Neely. Okay, he wasn't no hero coming to sweep people off their feet and say, yeah, I'm coming to save you because you guys can't save yourself. Nah. But it is what it is. I think it should be fined. I don't think it should, be going to jail over that, but it should be fine.
Well, China has been strengthening ties with Russia over the past year, even as it faces major economic troubles. At home, Chinese President Xi Jinping has met 3 times with Russia's Vladimir Putin, and those 2 U.S. adversaries have conducted several military joint exercises. The Pentagon warns China is working with Russia to increase its presence to our north in the Arctic. Let's bring in Dr. Rebecca Grant of the Lexington Institute. So, Dr. Grant, I do want to start here and ask you, will the ties between China and Russia loosen, and will the joint military exercises stop when President Trump takes office?
Interesting question, but what we've seen in the last 2 years is a great strengthening of these ties. The joint military exercises, Arthel, they've already gone way beyond what the Pentagon initially expected. And so I think that China and Russia will continue to operate together. And, Russia is completely dependent on China for support through buying energy and oil. Russia can't keep fighting in Ukraine without China's agreement. So for now, these two are stuck together, and it makes a really dangerous situation for the United States.
Is there daylight between Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, space for President Trump to come between them, especially once they are no longer partners in crime, as you pointed out with Russia's war against Ukraine?
Right. Well, that's the bright spot. Although we've seen this really tight partnership, don't forget that China and Russia don't really like each other all that much. They have some territorial disputes. They look down on each other a little bit. And back in history, in 1961, there was a huge blow-up between the two. So in a way, they're only just recovering from it. I think that China and Russia, it's such a danger that this has got to be a top priority for President Trump. And I'd like to see him try to put some pressure on both countries and maybe chip away a little bit at that dangerous no-limits partnership.
I want to come back to the possible pressure that the president can put on, but let me read right now a quote from the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Arctic and Global Resilience on Russia-China cooperation in the Arctic. Here it is. It says, the increasing levels of collaboration between Russia and the People's Republic.
This right here feels like a simulation, right here. It feels like a simulation. People say we are so screwed. Bro, you're not screwed, bro. You got the 45th and the 47th president-elect, the legend, the Don, the OG, the art of the deal, the greatest negotiator probably in United States business history. There's no way you're so screwed, bro. Damon, you are absolutely not screwed, okay? Respect is back in the White House coming January 20th. So relax, bro. Nobody wants smoke with Trump. Everybody knows this, okay? Everybody knows this. Nobody wants smoke with the OG, okay? So he's just using tariff as a token to negotiate and all of that stuff. Look, this guy is going to go have a conversation with Putin, with Xi Jinping, with North Korea president. He goes. Okay, he's a great diplomat, and that's what everybody knows. He was the first president to go to North Korea. Nobody wants smoke with Trump, and nobody's gonna this is just, to me, it's like he's a great leader, and every great leader knows how to converse, to negotiate, and open a channel to be able to talk through things, not, start a war because you're feeling, emotional. Nah, I just believe so much in him, though, when it comes to this type of stuff. He knows how to negotiate, and he seeks for peace.
Republic of China and unprecedented styles of collaboration, especially in the military domain, give us, again, pause. So, with China and Russia in this scope, Dr. Grant, what will be the biggest challenge facing President Trump's Secretary of Defense on day one?
Well, the fact that Russia and China can really stretch our military forces, that's kind of Pentagon speak for saying, hey, we are getting really worried about the Arctic. The joint bomber flight between Russia and China back last summer included 2 Chinese bombers that are nuclear capable, the H-6N. And then there's all sorts of things going on under the surface, under the ice. This is why we need to have a really capable submarine force and to have, our unmanned types of submarines like the new Orca that can really keep Russia and China's submarines at bay. That high north is very strategic. It's very close to the United States. We have a lot of forces up there in Alaska, F-22s, F-35s. Of course, Canada helps us out as well. But this basically means that we really have to be on guard in the high north in a way that
I don't know how and why these people do this type of stuff. It's like show off. Okay, let's turn on the TV. Let's create content. Let's show the world the type of military force we have. Let them get scared because they're going to see this and we're going to promote it on all the world's news media. Why would you record a video like this and then, send it everywhere so people can put it on TV. Like, what is this? What is this? 2 cars. You're standing on what? On a chair. You got uniformed men around. These guys are sitting on the car hoodies. Like, what is this? What is the kids trying to show off? But I mean, look, this is what we're stuck with in this world. It's been like this since I was born. Probably since my dad was born. Probably since the world has been happening. What is this actually? Like, what is this trying to show off that you got military force?
But this basically means that we really have to be on guard in the high north in a way that we just haven't seen, I think, since the peak of the Cold War.
And like you said, both Russia and China, they're upgrading their nuclear weapons, and China is on a rapid expansion. They both have dangerous cyber tools. So how strategic does President Trump have to be to make sure these 2 untrustworthy leaders don't covertly team up against the U.S.? And what about that pressure you were talking about?
Right. And like I said, I think for President Trump, this has to be just a long-term, overarching priority. You know, step 1, strengthening our U.S. military forces. But as you say, China, which is all.
Somebody says respect is not something that Putin understands. I would say I don't agree with that, because during Trump's term, his first term as the 45th, you know, Putin didn't go into Ukraine. He respected Trump. He was talking about it, like Trump always says, but he wouldn't do it. Okay, so I think he respects Trump. I mean, that's something we can all agree upon. Putin respects Trump. Most leaders of the world respects Trump because Trump is very unpredictable and nobody wants smoke with him. It's just what it is.
Always had a small nuclear force, is on track to have as many deployed nuclear weapons as the United States does within about 10 years. It's a huge buildup. There's no reason for them to be doing this. Put China and Russia's military power together, and they are, on paper at least, the biggest danger the U.S. has faced. So it's a big priority for President Trump.
And all of this.
And the thing about Trump is he's ready to come over to your spot. You know, some people are proud, and some leaders especially, you know, most of the leaders we have now, they're proud to go have a conversation with a dictator. I don't want to talk to a dictator that's like me opening the channel for him to say something that we don't negotiate with dictator. Nah, Trump is going to go over to you. He's going to come over to you and say, you know what, dictator, what is going on? Okay. What are you trying to do? Let's have a conversation. We want peace. Let's talk trade. Let's talk money, because money is a universal language that every leader understands. So Trump knows how to make people money. So he uses that strength of his to negotiate. I'm going to make your country a lot of money, but you got to do something for me. We don't want people blowing up and BS going on around the world. Let the peace happen. Let peace happen, okay? So to me, I'll say Trump is going to bring peace back, okay? Trump is going to bring peace back. This is what I believe. This is why I voted for him, because Ukraine, Russia wasn't happening. Israel, Palestinian people, Iran wasn't happening, okay? Everybody was good. There was Abraham's Accord. Some people would argue and say Abraham's Accord sort of kind of like maybe propelled what is going on right now. However, it's like while he was there, everybody was Gucci, okay? You didn't have these types of news. You didn't have to send billions of munitions to Ukraine. Everybody was Gucci, okay? But this is where we are right now, and everybody voted for the 47th president-elect, the OG, the Don, the legend. And when he does get there, and now even before he resumes office on January 20, Bitcoin is already on 100K, over 100K, okay? Justin Trudeau from Canada is already going to Mar-a-Lago. The Mexican president, the lady, she's already saying, you know what? We're going to stop the caravan. We're going to negotiate. Okay, what do you want us to do? Everybody's already talking to him. Everybody's already opening a conversational channel with him because nobody wants the smoke. As soon as he goes and place his hand on that Bible and say, so help me God, you know this man is about to rain down on anybody. And he already said, he told Hamas, he said, if you don't release the hostages before I get into office, oh my Lord Jesus, you better be ready for smoke. Real smoke.
We are monitoring a big event that sort of gripped certainly those in this country. Who killed and why did he kill the CEO of United Healthcare? Because days after that killing, and it was in just blatant disregard for any sort of where you are at the time, the day, the Christmas tree lighting in New York City. But he got away with it, or at least seemed to get away with it, because New York police are now saying he's left town. He's no longer in New York, but they've got a lot of interesting stuff on him where it could be just a matter of time before they find him. Ray Kelly is the former NYPD commissioner. Ray, it's always good to see you. Where do you think this guy is?
That's anybody's guess, but clearly he's left the city. The police department, I think, has done a Herculean effort in tracking his whereabouts. He was in the city for 10 days, and he left on the day of the shooting, apparently going to the bus station in Upper Manhattan. Maybe he took that bus to the airport. Maybe he took it someplace else. But there's a lot of work being done with other police agencies. I know the Atlanta Police Department just put out a statement working with the NYPD. So a lot of that is going on. But according to the chief of detectives, he devoted a couple hundred detectives to this case. Now that'll be reduced, of course, because he's left the city. But you know, we're going to see. I can't believe that with the coverage of his picture, right. It must have been on the front page of every newspaper in America, and certainly on TV stations, that somebody is not going to identify this person, that they know him. And of course, there's always facial recognition, but the use of that has been limited by police departments. They've limited it to people that have been arrested. So that cuts down the universe of individuals in the database significantly. But I think it's just a matter of time that he's identified by somebody that knows him. And also, I think it's interesting that the shooter knew almost precisely when the victim was coming into that door. So has there been an accomplice? Was there an accomplice to tip him off as to when Mr. Thompson was coming across the street? These are all questions that are very much out there. But I think the NYPD done a pretty good job, as you say, in gathering an awful lot of information.
And there's a lot that they know, and maybe someone has recognized, this guy from photos that have been released. But let me ask you a little bit about, in the beginning, Commissioner, a lot of people were thinking he was the hitman. That is, the shooter was the hitman. It wasn't him on an agenda. Now we come to find that it might have been, bullet casings and the last that had certain words on them that seemed to indicate that he.
I mean, it's taking a very long time to find this guy. Do you guys think they're gonna find this guy? I mean, if they don't find this guy, it is a big issue. It is going to be something that nobody would forget ever. And that's not good. If this guy do not get found, there is a big issue.
He was on a mission of his own. What do you make of what you've heard?
Well, certainly that's a possibility. And certainly those words tie it to Mr. Thompson's profession or business, but then again, it may be done just to throw off investigators. We don't know for certain, but that is a phrase that's been used apparently in the healthcare industry for the last 15 years, and there's actually a book written with that title talking about the operations of insurance companies. So it's all part of the puzzle, and the detectives are, I think, working quite diligently on that issue as well as others.
One of the things I wanted to try to get a handle on is that they were quickly able to ascertain is.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. Double tap your screen right now. All right. Joshua says, how is the guy worth $100 million and no security? It's New York, bro. It's like if you are in California or Massachusetts or New Jersey, huge Florida, huge cities like that, or Georgia, somewhere in Atlanta, huge cities like that. Well, Atlanta ain't that huge, but like big cities like that, like New York, where billionaires and millionaires are made every day. Well, millionaires are made every day in New York. Maybe not billionaires, but like millionaires are made every day in New York. And, you know, $100 million for a New Yorker, that's not like a big deal. But this guy wasn't a New Yorker, okay? He was having a meeting in New York. But New York, you have a lot of millionaires, hundreds of millions in their bank account on the subway, eating, you know, by the roadside, just having hot dog and bread, or just eating teriyaki chicken, or just eating what you call that food we eat in, man, I forgot that food we eat in New York, Chihuahua food. I forgot that food. But you know, like this guy's, it's New York. This is a city where it's a city of lights. A lot of people are there making a lot of money, so it's like nobody cares about your millions because you're in New York, bro.
As busy an area that this was, of course, at that hour, it wasn't as busy. They went ahead with the Rockefeller Center tree lighting because they were able to quickly ascertain that this was a targeted attack. And I'm just wondering, this particular CEO, at least at that time, didn't have any Secret Service protection. I'm sorry, any type of protection, I should say. And I'm wondering that the overall CEO of the parent company does, and most CEOs do. What do you make of that?
There's some information that he did have security with him, but that he was just going over to the hotel to check on things quickly, and that he didn't need the security with him. He was actually in a Warwick hotel, which is just across the street.
Right.
So he may have thought that, he didn't need the protection, obviously. Terrible, tragic mistake.
Yeah, to put it mildly. Ray Kelly, thank you very much. Former NYPD Commissioner Ray Kelly on all of that.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
And, you know, eating romaine, it says romaine. I forgot the food we actually eat back when I was in school, though. It's like, it's a fast food, but it's like, man, I forgot the name of the food. You go by the roadside. They're always on every single block on the street serving fast food. They have their sauces. They're spraying your food with sauce, with spicy sauce, honey mustard. They have different situation out there, man. But it's so much fun. I gotta find the names for you, man. But it's fun. New York is a lot of fun. I ain't gonna cap. New York is like one of my favorite places in the United States, as well as California.
History unfolding and history restored in Paris today. The iconic Cathedral of Notre Dame officially reopened more than 5 years after a massive fire nearly destroyed it. Lauren Green is there and has more.
The doors of the church are now open. A Notre Dame Cathedral nearly destroyed by fire. For the first time in 5.5 years, her bells rang out over Paris. 1,500 invited guests and dignitaries were inside for the ceremony, while outside tens of thousands lined the Seine watching on big screens. Trump led a who's who of dignitaries attending, including Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky, Britain's Prince William.
My thing is, how is this guy right here? How is this guy right here in a dispute with Vladimir Putin and is here attending this service? I mean, I don't know how this works. I mean, you guys need to enlighten me how this works. Okay. How does this work?
Zelensky, Britain's Prince William, and First Lady.
The First Lady was there, but Joe wasn't there. Great.
Gothic Cathedral, President Macron. recreated some 2,400 oak trees to rebuild the trusses, the famed forest. Presentation. A couple of hours before the solemn ceremony began, Trump and Macron met at the presidential palace. It is Trump's first appearance on the world stage since winning the election on November 5th. Macron, one of the world leaders who was in office during Trump's first term that ended in 2020. The two talking about the past and the future.
It's a great honor for French people to welcome you.
It's an honor to be here. We had a good time together, and we had a lot of success, really great success working together.
The restoration cost some $800 million.
The restoration cost $800 million. Yeah. What was I thinking? A lot of money. Yep. What we got here? Who's coming right here? Probably the 47. They keep the door open for the
Good man, this one. Hello, everybody. Doing a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you looking at having us there. Thank you.
Trump is out there sitting like an OG. Look at it. It's proud. It's like, I told y'all I was gonna come back here. Look at it.
Thank you very much.
Look at it. Look at it. He's so glad he back. He is so glad he's back. All right, what they got going on? World leaders attend reopening ceremony of Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, France.
Qui se sont employés courageusement à sauver du naufrage ce monument historique. Je salue l'engagement déterminé des pouvoirs publics ainsi que le grand élan de générosité internationale qui ont contribué à la restauration. Cet élan est le signe non seulement d'un attachement à l'art et à l'histoire, mais plus encore, et combien cela est encourageant, le signe que la valeur symbolique et sacrée de tel édifice est encore largement perçue, du plus petit au plus grand. Je salue aussi le travail remarquable des nombreux corps de métier qui sont investis, donnant généreusement le meilleur d'eux-mêmes pour rendre à Notre-Dame sa splendeur. Il est beau et rassurant que le savoir-faire d'autrefois ait été sagement gardé et amélioré. Mais il est plus beau encore que nombre d'ouvriers et d'artisans.
Okay, so I just figured out the fast food, the street food I used to eat in New York. It is called halal cuisine. So they have rice, they put onion in there, they put the tomatoes, they call it chicken, like chicken, rice and chicken type stuff. But chicken is always like curry chicken, but we call it halal cuisine. It's like, let's go downstairs to eat some street food. It's like, oh, you want to go eat halal? Halal. Yo, I had the freak out of the halal back then, man. I used to eat halal probably every day, twice a day. Trying to save my money.
Et témoigner avoir vécu cette aventure de la restauration dans une authentique démarche spirituelle. Ils se sont mis sur les traces de leur père dont seule la foi, vécue dans le travail, a pu édifier un tel chef-d'œuvre où rien de profane, d'inintelligible, ni de vulgaire n'a sa place. Puisse donc la renaissance de cette admirable Église constituer un signe prophétique du renouveau de l'Église en France. J'invite tous les baptisés qui entreront avec joie dans cette cathédrale à ressentir une légitime fierté et à se réapproprier leur héritage de foi. Chers fidèles de Paris et de France, cette demeure que notre Père du ciel habite est vôtre. Vous en êtes les pierres vivantes, ceux qui vous ont précédés dans la foi l'ont édifié pour vous. Les innombrables représentations et symboles qu'elle renferme vous sont destinés afin de vous guider plus sûrement vers cette proximité, compassion et tendresse. Puisse-t-elle, levant les yeux vers ces voûtes qui ont retrouvé la lumière, espérance, compassion, partager ce même espérance. Puisse-t-elle, levant les yeux vers ces voûtes.
Okay, this is my thing right here. If Zelensky is right here, right now, in Paris, France, who the heck is fighting the Ukraine situation? Because, look, I'm telling you guys, this is sort of like a simulation. Like, what is going on? So, his country is at war, but he's here at Notre Dame. Like, what is going on? Man, this. I don't even understand what's going on because these people be doing way too much. It looks like a movie now, bro. So you mean to tell me you are scared of Russia taking over your spot, and then you're here at Notre Dame? I don't even know how this works. You're here with the elites. You scared of Putin. How does that even work? Sometimes I've been thinking this is all like a big movie, but who the hell am I? Okay. Sometimes I think this is all a simulation. This is all a movie because it's like they're just playing the movie for us. It's like, all right, let's see what movie is gonna be nice for them today. Let's go. All right, this part is gonna be nice. Okay, let them watch this part. Anyway, I may be wrong. This is just my opinion. Okay, this is in truth. Okay, this is opinion by me, by Genesis. All right, so President Biden speaks at the remembrance event for the 83rd anniversary of Pearl Harbor attack. I want us to pay homage to the Pearl Harbor people too. So let's listen to Bidenomics Joe.
Secretary Kendall, Deputy Secretary Fletcher, I tell you, you got a lot of important people here tonight. Most importantly to our veterans and the families, and their family and caregivers and survivors. You know, I mean this sincerely, it's truly an honor to be here with all of you on the eve of such a solemn anniversary. The attack on Pearl Harbor, as a kid growing up, I heard so much about it. And it changed literally the future of the world and our nation and our own family. Like so many other brave women and men in our country, shortly after the attack, my mother, who was the number 3, she had 4 brothers. And they all went down literally the next day, on Monday, and joined the United States military. One of them, one of my uncles, was an aviator who was killed in the war, and another one was denied because he had a serious health problem. They wouldn't take him. My uncle Ambrose Finnegan, he joined the U.S. Army Air Corps and a few dozen missions across the Pacific. And in 1944, during one of those missions, his plane crashed off the coast of Papua New Guinea. General MacArthur, who commanded the U.S. forces in the Southwest Pacific at the time, sent my family a condolence letter honoring my uncle's sacrifice. And the general wrote, "He died serving in a crusade from which the better world will all come." And I think a better world did come, but because of the sacrifices of so many. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why we're here tonight, to remember the souls we lost 83 years ago, to honor the brave Americans, the greatest generation who stepped up to serve every single day that followed, and to recommit to building a better world for which they fought, and many of them died, as you know. How many of you lost someone in your family in World War II? I know you may. As my mother would say, God love you. As so many of you know, earlier this year I visited Normandy to honor the 80th anniversary of D-Day and urged people everywhere to make this same commitment that was made then. I walked along the beaches where the Americans and our allies turned the tide of that war. I stood up atop the cliff where 225 Rangers risked everything to breach Hitler's Atlantic Wall. And I prayed at the crosses of men who gave everything to literally save the world. It wasn't hyperbole, to save the world. And I spoke with some of the last surviving veterans from that fateful June day. But there's another moment in particular that stayed with me. When I was standing with other European leaders at the cemetery, I saw those veterans, a 99-year-old man who had met President Zelensky because other world leaders were at that function as well. The veteran told President Zelensky, and this is what he said. I remember hearing exactly what he said. He said, "You're the savior of the people," end of quote. Then President Zelensky shook his veteran's hand and said, "No, no, no. You saved Europe. You saved Europe." Here's a reminder that every generation must defeat democracy's mortal foes. Every generation must stand up to the forces of darkness and the forces of division. And every generation must honor the servicemen and women who dare all and risk all to ensure that freedom endures. You know, that's our charge. I mean, that's literally our charge. As a nation, we have many obligations. I got in trouble early on as a young senator when I was 31 years old. I said, we have many obligations. We only have one truly sacred obligation. That's to prepare those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they return home and when they don't return home. It's an obligation, not based on party or based on politics. It's an obligation, a promise that unites us all. And over the last 4 years, I've worked to make good on that promise every single day. We brought veterans' homelessness and veterans' unemployment down to historic lows. We invested record resources to reduce the scourge of veteran suicide. More people dying of suicide than any other cause in the military. We delivered more benefits to more veterans than ever before in all of VA history. And we ensured all World War II veterans were eligible for VA health care. We passed more than 35 bipartisan laws to support veterans and their families. That includes the PACT Act, the most significant law our nation and our nation's history to help millions of veterans who were exposed to toxic burn pits during the military service. Not only did it for that generation, but for all subsequent generations, including all those in my generation exposed to Agent Orange, and my son's generation exposed to toxic fumes coming from those burn pits. And it matters. Let me close with this. You know, like our forebears, during World War II, we stood at an inflection point. We still stand at an inflection point, where decisions we make now and make in the next 4 or 5 years will determine the course of our future for literally decades to come. It's not hyperbole. For decades to come. And like our forebears, we owe it to the next generation to set that course on a more free, more secure, and more just path. To do that hard work, General MacArthur said those years ago, from which a better world for all will come. I want to thank everyone in this room, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart, who dedicated their lives to this nation, and to all those who serve today to continue the work of protecting our nation, of defending our democracy, of ensuring that government of, by, and for the people long endures. I understand we have a veteran here I don't see.
One thing we gotta give this guy, Joe, is he knows how to converse with people. He knows how to carry people along when it comes to this conversation. Even though he's old now, but he is a very much seasoned politician. He knows how to persuade people. He's just like Obama. I feel like Obama likes Biden because Biden talks like him, because they're politicians. They know how to cater to the people. They know how to try to converse with them and make them calm down, especially when it comes to events like this. Okay, he knows how to convey his sympathetic speech in a way that people are going to say, oh, he's so caring. He's the most caring president ever. And that's why people like Democrats like this guy. But now that he pardoned his son, I don't think they like him anymore.
Yeah. I wanted to say hello to him before he leaves. He was 101 years old. Where is he?
Shout out to Joe, man. Joe survived that speech. He tried his possible best and he survived. Okay, we got to give him credit for surviving. We got to give him credit for surviving, everybody. Mike Ryan speaks to Okay, I want us to play something nice. Let me see. Did you guys know that the United States... This is facts, okay? I'm going to play you the video. This is facts. Defense Secretary Austin announces additional $1 billion in Ukraine aid at Reagan National Defense Forum. I mean, I'm telling you guys, this is a movie, guys. This is like, it's a movie. $1 billion? What do you have going on right here? Check it out.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Michael, thanks for those kind words. This makes 4 years in a row for me at the National Defense Forum, Reagan National Defense Forum. And it's great to receive this award alongside Leader McConnell, who believes so deeply in President Reagan's legacy and who has done so much for a free Ukraine. The department has once again sent a superb delegation here this year, including members of the Joint Chiefs, combatant commanders, and other senior leaders. So let's give these outstanding public servants a round of applause. It's also great to be joined here by ministers of defense, ambassadors, members of Congress, and other leaders. Now, I spent a brief 41 years wearing a U.S. Army uniform. I spent a long time in combat, including 3 lengthy tours in Iraq, and 1 in Afghanistan. And I've now served for 4 years as Secretary of Defense. So I can say without reservation that America's military is the finest and most lethal fighting force on earth. Our mission is blunt. The U.S. military exists to fight and win America's wars. Now, wise leaders will always try to deter a conflict, but if we are forced to defend ourselves, we will fight and we will win. With help from Congress, we have made major investments in America's military over the past 4 years. Today's U.S. military is an extraordinary gathering of volunteers, brave men and women of every race, color, and creed. America's greatest strategic asset has always been the talents of the American people. And we are stronger when we welcome every qualified patriot who is eager to serve. That's not just a matter of national principle, it's a matter of national security. The U.S. military is about excellence and merit. Our promotion process is ruthless by necessity and by design. We do not lower our standards, and those who want to join us must raise their game. You see, we take good people and we make them even better. It is our sacred duty to do right by our troops and by the families who serve right alongside them. Now, American democracy is not a sprint, but a relay race. And we are preparing to pass the baton yet again. And I am proud of the progress made by American leadership. The state of America's defenses is strong. You know, 4 years ago, America faced a moment of great challenge. The world was reeling from the COVID-19 pandemic, and our allies and partners feared that America had lost its way, and America's rivals and foes had hoped that it had. Yet President Biden followed in the bipartisan tradition of U.S. global leadership. And America and the Department of Defense are far stronger and better postured for the challenges of the 21st century. We invested heavily in our military. We helped secure the capabilities that America will need over the long term, and we provided principled civilian leadership for an apolitical military. With bipartisan support from Congress, we are set to increase our defense spending in fiscal year 2025 by more than $100 billion compared to the 2021 projections. And the most recent National Defense Authorization Act supports an historic $841 billion in funding for the department. And that helps to ensure that the U.S. military will remain the strongest fighting force in history. And ladies and gentlemen, we face major national security challenges. That includes coercion and bullying from the People's Republic of China, imperial aggression from Putin's Russia, malice from Iran, North Korea, and terrorist groups, and autocrats worldwide who believe that democracy is a thing of the past. But we have stood up to Putin, stood up to North Korea, stood up to Iran, stood up to Hamas and Hezbollah, and stood up to autocrats and thugs and bullies worldwide. We have stood up for American values and American leadership. So I'd like to talk today about what the department has achieved in the past 4 years. And I'd like to focus on a few key areas. renewing our alliances and partnerships, meeting the pacing challenge of the PRC, rallying the free world to stand up for what's right in Ukraine, and supporting Israel's right to self-defense and preventing full-scale war in the Middle East, investing in our capabilities, taking care of our people, and defending our values. First, we know that our unmatched network of alliances and partnerships is one of America's great strategic advantages. Our allies and partners magnify our strength. They project our power, and they deepen our security. And of course, President Reagan understood that. As he said in 1983, the starting point and cornerstone of our foreign policy is our alliance and partnership with our fellow democracies. So here is the stark military fact. Our allies and partners are huge force multipliers. In today's world, any policy of peace through strength depends by definition on alliances. American power projection depends by definition on our friends abroad. And American security depends by definition on those who freely join us in common purpose. Our alliances and partnerships have always been rooted in shared interests and in shared values. Ultimately, America is weaker when it stands alone. And America is smaller when it stands apart. And there is no such thing as a safe retreat from today's interwoven world. For our men and women in uniform, standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies and partners is just how we operate. And during my decades in uniform, everywhere I went on the battlefield, our allies and partners stood alongside us, making us stronger and more effective. And the more alone we are, the more danger our troops face. Now, serving as secretary has only strengthened my belief in the power of partnership. NATO now brings together 32 countries. In the Indo-Pacific, we have long-standing alliances with Australia and Japan, the Philippines, the Republic of Korea, and Thailand. We have 14 other major non-NATO allies, including Israel and Brazil. India and the UAE are outstanding major defense partners, and they are joined by many steadfast friends and partners worldwide. We have access agreements with more than 40 countries. We have logistics agreements with more than 120. And that helps us project power with our partners where we need to.
Well, one thing we got to give this guy is he's not using any teleprompter. He's definitely of a sharp mind. That's like 1,000%. Because it takes a lot to give a speech without teleprompter at this age. Well, he's been doing this for a long time, obviously. And he's the Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin. And yeah. But somebody says here, like, get Reagan out of your mouth. Why do you want him to get Reagan out of his mouth, bro?
When we need to and how we need to. You know, our rivals and foes look at that with envy. They see our alliances and they want to wreck them. Yes, autocrats may band together, but when Putin turns to North Korea for troops, It is not a sign of strength. It is an admission of weakness. And autocrats resort to partnerships of convenience. But America leads partnerships of conviction. And the Department's National Defense Strategy rightly calls the U.S. network of allies and partners our greatest global strategic advantage. And that brings...
Absolutely. He has notes. I mean, come on. You're giving a speech, you need a note, but teleprompter on the other side is different from, just having notes on your bullet points that you're going to talk about. However, with that being said, at this age, doing this for this long, this guy right here is doing a perfectly awesome job. I mean, come on, you got to give him his flowers.
Brings me to my second point. The profound progress that we've made with our friends in the Indo-Pacific. We've heard decades of warnings about the rise of an increasingly aggressive and bullying PRC. It is still the only country on earth with both the desire and increasingly the capability to reshape the international order. And this administration has done more than any other to posture the department to meet that pacing challenge and to make the Indo-Pacific our priority theater of operations. I've made 12 trips to the Indo-Pacific as Secretary of Defense. And I'm leaving right after this speech for a 13th, this time to Japan. I've led 4 years of sustained defense diplomacy in the region, and that has sped up what I call the new convergence of our Indo-Pacific allies and partners around a shared vision of security. That means historic upgrades to U.S. posture across the Indo-Pacific, fortifying our position from Northeast Asia down to Australia and the Pacific Islands. It means modernizing our command and control framework with Japan. It means forging a defense cooperation agreement with Papua New Guinea. It means signing landmark defense industrial cooperation deals with India. It means major strides forward for trilateral security cooperation among the United States, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. And it means drawing on every tool that we have, consistent with our long-standing policy, to provide Taiwan with the self-defense capability it needs. Just think about the changes in our bonds with the Philippines. In just 4 years, we've expanded our enhanced defense cooperation agreement to allow U.S. access to 4 more sites in the Philippines, for a total of 9. I visited one of those sites on the island of Palawan just 18 days ago, and I was incredibly impressed by the progress that we're making together. I just got back from Darwin, Australia, where we announced that Japan will begin to integrate into the rotation of U.S. Marines in Darwin. We're also deepening our historic trilateral AUKUS partnership.
Yo, shout out to Joshua. Joshua says, we are hungry here. Do not need to upgrade no goddamn war machine. Yo, Brody. Shout out to Joshua, man. But wait. Joshua, are you a veteran? Because on your profile picture, you seem like a veteran. Or it's like a veteran picture or like somebody in the military. I just want to say, if you're a veteran, thank you so much for your service. And if you're still serving, God bless you. Thank you for keeping the United States safe. Yeah.
It will provide Australia with a conventionally armed, nuclear-powered submarine capability. And that's a generational capability. And meanwhile, AUKUS will bring even more cutting-edge tech to our warfighters. In the Indo-Pacific, we produce steady progress driven by a strategic vision. But that hasn't stopped us from tackling other major challenges. In February 2022, the world was jolted by Putin's all-out invasion of Ukraine. But we understood the danger to American security and global order. And so we rallied some 50 countries to help Ukraine defend itself. And that's the most consequential global coalition since the time of President George H.W. Bush and Iraq's 1990 invasion of Kuwait. America and our friends have become the arsenal of Ukrainian democracy. The United States has delivered 2 Patriot batteries, 24 HIMARS rocket systems, thousands of armored vehicles, and millions of rounds of artillery ammunition. We've seen strong bipartisan support for Ukraine from Leader McConnell and other leaders in both parties. And I'm proud to announce today the commitment of a new Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative package worth nearly $1 billion.
Golly. Nearly $1 billion. What? Come on, man. Come on, man. Nearly $1 billion. Look at the way he said it, like he's talking about $1,000. $1 billion, bro. God.
Now that package will provide Ukraine with more drones, more rockets for its HIMARS systems, and more support for crucial maintenance and sustainment. And that brings the total of U.S. security assistance committed to Ukraine since February 2022 to more than $62 billion.
Oh, hell no. To more than $62 billion? What? Look at his face. Look at this man's face, y'all. More than $62 billion? To do what? Like, what is the $62 billion for, guys? Oh, no. Wait. $62 billion, bro? And y'all wouldn't cancel student loans? Y'all wouldn't increase the child tax credit? Y'all wouldn't want to cut taxes on your fellow Americans who voted you in? And you want to send more than $62 billion to Ukraine? Why? Just why, bro? Why, man?
The engine of our efforts has been the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, which first met in April 2022 at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. Now, the contact group has helped ensure that Ukraine has what it needs to defend itself and to forge a future force to deter more Russian aggression. And I have convened the contact group 24 times now. Its other members have committed more than $57 billion in direct security support, security assistance to Ukraine. And as a percentage of GDP, more than a dozen contact group members now provide more security assistance to Ukraine than the United States does. And together we have helped Ukraine survive an all-out assault by the largest military in Europe. And meanwhile,
See, like these are the people that I like talking to in the chat, okay? Because I like having the conversation. Patrick says they canceled student debt. I never heard of anybody, and I know a couple of people, none of them got their student loan canceled. That's point number one. Point number two concerning child tax credit. Child credit has been what, $2,000 or $2,500 for what? Forever. Who else is here? What are you talking about? Well, Patrick, I got a 5-year-old daughter, so I know for sure what I'm talking about. James says $62 billion stays in the U.S. and economy. You seem uninformed. Well, that's why we do these streams, James, for people to inform us, okay? We get informed on these streams, okay? We inform one another. You educate me, I educate you. You learn from me, I learn from you. This is what we do right here. Nobody's a know-all, be-all here, okay? We are a community. We learn from each other. So if you think you are more informed, you're more educated, educate us in the chat, James.
Russia has paid a staggering price for Putin's folly. Russia has suffered at least 700,000 casualties since February 2022. It squandered more than $200 billion. You know, in recent months, Russia has taken...
Shout out to Octavius. Octavius says, search and you shall find. All right. Matthew 7:7, my brother, I see you. Here we go. So tell me, what are we searching for in the first place? Okay. It's deeper than you think. How deep does it go? We have homeless veterans in the United States. I know you guys are going to, this is the thing, okay? Democrats are going to say, you know what, even the billions of dollars that they're spending on illegal immigrants is good for the United States. Guess what? The illegal immigrants put money into Social Security, okay? So they're spending money. It's a return on investment because these guys are going to put some money in Social Security. Like, there's nothing the Democrats will not justify. Y'all are going to justify the money you're spending on illegal immigrants as well. So that's a good thing too. Because there's nothing Democrats leaders do. And then the Democrat voters blindly follows their Democratic leaders. No matter where they go, they're going to support them. Look, I voted for Trump. I ain't going to cap. I like his policies. But the one he said he wants to give all... uniform personnel, law enforcement, most especially policemen, immunity. That's like, bro, what do you mean you want to give law enforcement immunity? I disagree 1000%, okay? Because you got to hold people accountable for their actions. But I voted for him because of the economy, because of the border, because of foreign policies. So there are a lot of things that I don't agree on, probably like 2 things. But there are a lot of, he's good, in my opinion, is more than is bad, okay? But Democrats never see anything bad that Democratic leaders do. And that's like, what?
As many as 1,000 casualties a day. And Russia's losses in just the first year of Putin's war of choice seem to have been more than Moscow's losses in all of its conflicts since World War II combined. And under the specter of Putin's aggression, we have led a stronger, larger, and more united NATO. We've avoided a nuclear confrontation with Russia. We've reinforced NATO's eastern flank. We've deterred further Russian aggression. And we've underscored our solemn commitment to Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty.
Y'all, you know what just came to my mind right now? Think about it. Just imagine these guys, these elites guys, of course they're elites. Like, all of them in one big hall having a good time. Like, Putin, Trump, Elon, this dude right here. Every one of them having a good time drinking wine and saying, man, this movie going good, bro. These people believe this movie. Look, that's what just came to my mind right now. What if this whole thing is all a big seasonal TV show? Okay, they're just playing for us, and we're just watching the big movie. Okay, that's just a perspective. Okay, this is probably going to be the worst perspective ever, but it's a perspective. Okay, it is a perspective because, man, you just saw Zelensky at the Notre Dame Cathedral Church, and he's there saying he's fighting with Russia. What the heck are you doing at the Notre Dame in France, bro?
We've welcomed Sweden and Finland to the greatest defensive alliance in history. And we continue to be crystal clear that Putin's war was not the result of NATO enlargement, but the cause of NATO enlargement. In recent years have also brought an historic increase in annual defense spending across NATO by almost $80 billion. And all NATO allies agreed in 2006 to spend at least 2% of their GDP on defense. In 2014, only 3 allies hit that target. In 2021, only 6 allies did so. But this year, a record 23 NATO allies are meeting that goal. That's because we understand that Putin's assault on Ukraine is a warning. As I said in Kyiv in October, we are seeing a sneak preview of a world built by tyrants and thugs. A chaotic world, violent world, carved into spheres of influence. A world where bullies trample their smaller neighbors, and a world where aggressors force free people to live in fear. So, we can continue to stand up to the Kremlin, or we can let Putin have his way and condemn our children and grandchildren to live in a world of chaos and conflict.
It's always fear-mongering, fear tactics. Only the strong understands the power of dialogue, understands the power of being a diplomat, understands the power of diplomacy, okay? You can make things happen by just having conversations, okay? By just settling your differences and coming to a term, negotiating on a deal and say, this is the deal. Do you agree on this deal? Okay, I don't agree on this deal. I want this. I want that. All right. Okay, I'll give you this. I'll give you that. But I also want this. I also want that. They could go back and forth for 6 months and they're going to come to a conclusion, but without anybody dying. Why can't you make a deal? Why were you elected to be the leader of a country if you don't have the skill to be a diplomat? As a matter of fact, no leader in the world should be elected as a leader if you're not a diplomat. If you cannot carry on a conversation, nobody cares if you're saying this person you're conversing with is a aristocrat. He is a insurrectionist. He is a dictator. Nope, who cares? We elected you as the leader. It's your responsibility to go have a conversation with that person for the safety of your people. Why is it that every single time all y'all want to resort to is war? And guess what? You need money to fund a war. Without money, there is no war. But guess what? These ammunitions are being made by companies, right? These ammunitions are being made by companies. So who are the companies making these ammunitions? And are they vested into this stuff? Shout out to YouTube before YouTube say Genesis. Shout out to YouTube, okay? Yeah.
This administration has made its choice, and so has a bipartisan coalition in Congress. The next administration must make its own choice. But from this library, from this podium, I am confident that President Reagan would have stood on the side of Ukraine, American security, and human freedom. That brings me to my next key area, the Middle East. On October 7, 2023, Hamas committed the worst terrorist attack in Israel's history. Hamas murdered 1,200 civilians, including more than 40 Americans. It also kidnapped 251 hostages, including 12 Americans. It was the bloodiest day in Jewish history since the end of the Holocaust. I flew to Israel just 6 days afterwards, and I was the first visit. It was the first visit by a Secretary of Defense to Israel during wartime in more than 40 years. And I made it crystal clear that America's commitment to Israel's security is ironclad. And we have worked to support.
But one thing I gotta say is every single time there is some existential threat, the United States has unlimited funds to go after it. But things like hunger, homelessness, social security, it's so hard to solve issues like that. You know, we got to go to Congress. We got to talk to Congress. We got to go by the law and pass a bill. But every time there's something that is called existential threat, immediately the money pops out. Unlimited funds every single time. But as soon as you talk about homeless veterans, as soon as you talk about school choice, as soon as you talk about upgrading the high schools in the rural community, everybody starts talking about we got to go to Congress. Like it's hard to do.
Israel to ensure that Hamas can never again commit atrocities like October 7th. And so since then, we have expedited security assistance to Israel through 391 foreign military sales cases worth some $13.6 billion. And at the same time, we pushed hard to protect Palestinian civilians and to rush far more humanitarian aid into Gaza. As I said here last year, protecting Palestinian civilians in Gaza is both a moral responsibility and a strategic imperative. And throughout this crisis, we've moved urgently to prevent all-out war in the Middle East. And right after October 7th, we sent a strong message of deterrence to Iran and its proxies. At the height of the crisis, the U.S. presence in the region included not one, but 2 carrier strike groups, an amphibious ready group, a Marine expeditionary unit, more air power, and a guided missile submarine. And when required, we have used direct action to defend our forces and our friends. We rallied partners to defeat 2 unprecedented and outrageous Iranian barrages against Israel. We helped Israel defend itself in April of 2024 against more than 300 Iranian missiles and drones. And in that attack, U.S. forces destroyed more than 80 one-way attack drones and at least 6 ballistic missiles launched from Iran. Our forces operated side by side with Israeli and partner forces to defeat 99% of Iran's projectiles. And we were there again for Israel in October 2024, when Iran launched over 200 ballistic missiles. To further strengthen Israel's air defenses, we have temporarily deployed to Israel a THAAD battery and its crew of U.S. military personnel. In the Red Sea, U.S. forces have been defeating attacks on commercial and naval vessels by the Iran-backed Houthi militia in Yemen. And we have destroyed hundreds of Houthi weapons in a series of deliberate strikes and self-defense strikes. In Lebanon, Israel has smashed Hezbollah. Now that has dramatically weakened Iran's strongest proxy. And it's created an opening for a diplomatic solution that will let civilians on both sides of the Israel-Lebanon border return safely to their homes. We've secured the November 26th ceasefire for Israel and Lebanon. And that paves the way for a ceasefire in Gaza and a deal to finally free the hostages. We will remain focused on that. It brings us closer to a more hopeful vision for a Middle East that's peaceful and prosperous and secure. Now, we've balanced our own readiness even as we surge security assistance to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. Leader McConnell is right that we've all got a lot more work to do. But the department's investments since 2021 in the defense industrial base have positioned America to outpace any rival and ensure our enduring military advantage. But he is right. We have a lot more work to do here. And the industrial base is delivering a far more agile and lethal joint force. We're growing our own production capacity. We're implementing the first ever national defense industrial strategy to modernize the defense industrial base. And that will make our supply chains more resilient, our acquisitions more flexible. But again, there is much more work to be done here.
It's always much more work to be done outside, never inside. And that's baffling to me. Okay, the United States has been a blessing to me. The United States is a country that I love so much and I respect so much. And I see the potential that can really happen here. The United States can literally look like Dubai. Easy. But she's so concerned, and by she, I mean the United States. She's so concerned with being a mother to the whole world. You cannot be a mother to the whole world, okay? Charity begins at home. You can start at home. First of all homeless veterans on the street, I don't care where they are, deploy thousands of agents to go find homeless veterans in the streets. Get them men and women in shelter. First of all, that's the first thing first, okay? Then go get hungry, homeless kids and single moms, get them in shelters and start building nice quality schools and start affordable food, healthy food. Like, start investing in your people. You can invest in things. You can invest in machines. You can invest in artificial intelligence. You can invest in equipment for war. However, it's like the people are your greatest asset. So invest in your people. Who are going to be the leaders? The leaders of tomorrow already started, okay? It's just the facts. The leaders of tomorrow are already getting groomed right now. You know what I mean? Like, I saw an article about Barron Trump, and in my mind, I'm just looking like, of course, this guy is going to be probably like, maybe one day be the president of the United States. You think that's not possible? You think Elon Musk kid is not eventually going to be someone important in the United States? It is how it is, okay? The elites are going to find a way for their generation to be Gucci forever. I like Trump. I support him. I think he's smart. He's an inspiration, 1000%. However, I'm not naive to the fact that he is definitely elite. Okay, nobody can tell me otherwise. Okay, the OG's elite. He worked his way there. He inherited some money and he moved like his life depended on it, and he changed the trajectory of what his father was to where he is now. His father wasn't where he is now. Okay, his father was never the governor of New York, even though his father supported politics, but his father was never that, influential compared to where Trump is right now. However, Trump has become a legend, an elite, and the elite always finds a way. Okay, that's just the thing. The elite always finds a way. But with that being said, the United States has to take care of its own. Stop sending billions and sending people to go protect other countries when you can protect yours. I'm not saying don't show love, don't show some support, some care or kindness to other nation. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying make your country look like the golden city first. Like if you go to some cities in Georgia, matter of fact, the amount of rat and mice in New York is wild. They had to do birth control for rats in New York. Birth control for rats? God damn.
We've been buying to the limits of our defense industrial base. And we've been pushing hard with many in this room to expand those limits. This includes investing more than $5 billion since 2022 to drastically increase the production of critical munitions, everything from Patriots to 155 millimeter artillery rounds. And we've made major investments in cutting-edge capabilities such as cybersecurity, AI, and autonomous systems. And we've produced the department's largest space budgets ever. And over the past 4 years, the department has pulled the future forward. And one especially lasting legacy is our work on the Combined Joint All-Domain Command and Control. CJADC-2 will connect U.S. forces across all operational domains. It used to be a pipe dream. And so many had said this cannot be done. No longer. In less than 2 years, we fielded capability for CJADC-2 that is in active use at INDOPACOM. And we've established a minimum viable capability for CJADC-2 across other combatant commands. Another key legacy is the B-21 Raider, which you will recall I unveiled 2 years ago on my way to the Reagan Forum. The Raider is America's first new strategic bomber in 3 decades, and it delivers an unmatched combination of range, stealth, and durability. To build on all of this progress, I elevated the status of the Defense Innovation Unit. I visited DIU yesterday in Northern California. And I saw again how it's helping us work much more closely with commercial companies. DIU is removing barriers to innovation and letting the department take far greater advantage of private sector talent and tech. DIU also advanced the Replicator initiative, which helps the department swiftly deliver capabilities to the warfighter at speed and scale. And Replicator is already delivering attritable, autonomous systems to our forces. 2 years ago, at this forum, I launched the Office of Strategic Capital. And we partnered with Congress on authorities and funding. And this office is on track to issue its first loans for equipment financing early next year. And meanwhile, we're deepening our partnership with private firms, and that includes new players that would have once stayed away from the so-called...
Yeah, this guy talking way too much. Golly.
Since 2021, at least $375 billion in DoD funds have gone to non-traditional defense companies, from commercial firms to defense tech startups. Now, in recent years, the threat of unmanned systems has grown.
So y'all are getting me wrong, okay? Look, I voted for Trump, okay, because I like his policies on the economy concerning the border, foreign policies. I like that he likes peace, okay, strength, peace through strength. You know what I mean? So, look, I'm not going back and forth with y'all about Trump and him being a champion for the people, of the people. That's not what I'm saying. I am saying that this guy is rich AF. He's not no regular dude, okay? He knows how to converse with people. He knows how to speak to the everyday American. But that doesn't mean he knows exactly what everyday Americans are going through. He knows prices are higher. He knows all this stuff. But he's not on the same mindset as you and I. Okay, it is just what it is. Okay, meaning he's of a different category. Okay, you can say what you like. Trump is a man of the people. He's been unjustly indicted. They've tried to bring him down. Of course. But he's not no regular American. It's just the facts. He's not no regular American. This man is a billionaire. Trump has been a billionaire since the 80s. What? What y'all talking about? This man has been a billionaire since the 80s. Of course, he almost lost his wealth in the 90s, and he had a quote that he said, "Survive till 95." And then he wrote the book, The Art of the Deal. Okay, this man, if you go read the book, The Art of the Deal, this man has been making deals for $400 million, $600 million. In the late 80s, early 90s. What? I was born in 95. This man has been a billionaire before I was born. What are y'all talking about? But that doesn't mean he doesn't understand the regular struggle that the American people perceive, okay? But like putting himself in American people's shoes and actually walking those shoes, nah, he doesn't know what that means. But he does know how to make the economy a better place, because the fact is, if you lower taxes, if you make food prices affordable, if you make gas prices affordable, that is most likely going to make every American life better. You know what I mean? That is most likely going to make American lives better. And that's what he is good at. He knows how to negotiate prices. He knows how to bring down prices. He knows how to cut costs. He knows how to make deals to secure the border, to advocate for peace, to bring down prices. That's what he's known for. He's been doing this for decades. There's no city in the United States that has some sort of traction, that has some sort of momentum that Trump doesn't have a property in. If you go to Chicago, you see Trump Towers. You go to New York, you see Trump Towers. You go to California, you see Trump golf course. You go to Florida, you see his golf course. You go to North Carolina, he has a golf goddamn course. Yeah, he's an elite, but it's a different breed. Say what you like.
Exponential. These systems are cheap, easy to use, and evolving at breakneck speed. And less capable foes are using them to threaten our troops, our bases, and our interests. And these systems have been front and center in both Ukraine and the Middle East. This threat will only grow. And so yesterday at DIU, we unveiled a department-wide strategy to counter.
That's what I'm saying. Trump is not a globalist. Trump is an American first guy, okay? This is what most Americans want to hear. That's why Americans love Trump so much. He says, America first, and we're going to make. Listen, this was the first guy to start talking like this. First of all, he was the first guy to start cursing heavy as a politician. First guy to start saying, you know what, we're going to make America great again. Ronald Reagan said a little bit of that, but not like Trump. Okay, Trump made it his anthem. He said, we're going to make America great again. We're going to give back the power to the people. He's a New Yorker, okay? He's dealt with the toughest people, the toughest mob ever. To be a developer in New York, it ain't no joke, okay? Like, the toughest guys are in New York, because that's like New York is like the biggest, most popular city in the United States abroad. Anybody abroad, okay, any country in the world, when they think about the United States, the first city they talk about is New York. Man, I want to go to New York. I want to see Times Square. I want to go to New York. I want to go to New York, because New York is like that attraction city that the United States sells to the world. That doesn't mean there's no California. That doesn't mean there's no other cities. But New York is where everybody in the world dreams of coming to. And then you have a man like Trump dominates this city. Probably some people say he built New York when there was Great Depression in New York in the 70s. You know what I mean? So for that guy to come out on top in New York, you think he's a soft breed? That man is strong. Trump is as strong, as tough as they come. That man is like it's like one of the last dying breed. I don't think there will ever be a breed like Trump anymore. Like, that man is where like immovable force meets unstoppable machine. Just like the Joker and Batman. That man, there is absolutely nobody stopping that man. He's strong, and that's why even most Democrats, deep down, when Kamala was running against Trump, they wish and hope the American people voted for Trump. Because, come on, man, Kamala compared to Trump, there was no way, there's no comparison, okay? This man is like, there's no way anybody can stand toe-to-toe. And this is like facts. No politician for the last 10, 20 years can stand toe-to-toe with Trump. Like, in any way, being smart, being a macho guy, being someone who demands respect and will get the respect. And that's what the United States needs. The United States demands respect from every country in the world, and they need the respect to continue leading the world.
Unmanned systems. And this roadmap will help to ensure that our joint force can fight and win in an environment increasingly dominated by unmanned systems. I am proud that we mobilize the entire department to tackle this urgent challenge and to remain masters of the changing character of warfare. And that brings me to my sixth key area, and that's doing right by our.
Wait. So somebody says Trump is not smart. Please, who is smart? Kamala? Joe? Obama? Who? Tell me. Who do you think is smart? Let me know. Let me know who you think is smart. Name 3 smart politicians in the chat for you saying Trump isn't smart. Trump is not even a smart politician. I wouldn't say Trump is a smart politician. Trump is just a businessman, period. He looks at America like a business, and he knows how to deal business, okay? He ain't gonna flop. He knows how to deal business. Now, has he failed? Absolutely. There is no winning without failing. You have to fail. And I can never trust anybody who hasn't even failed to run a company, because you have to have failed. You have to have tested what failure tastes like. You have to taste it so you know how it hurts. You know how much it hurts. So when you do get another chance to do it all over again, you're gonna, go all the way in and give your best, because now you've learned what works and what doesn't work. When people say, well, he's filed for bankruptcy, he's failed so many business, that's why his name is Donald J. Goddamn Trump, because he's failed so many times and he's now the Don. How many businessmen do you know in American history who has risen to this level? Probably nobody. So Trump is like the ultimate warrior. Like if you need the winning card, all you need is just put Trump in front, because no matter what happens, this man never stops going. They've indicted him. They've tried to end him. They've tried to do so many things. He still won the 47th. Think about it. This guy went against Beyonce, Usher, Fat Joe, Oprah, Eminem. Yeah, that was the one that even gave me headache. Eminem campaigned for Kamala Harris, and Trump still won the popular vote and the Electoral College. So it's like, and who campaigned with this guy? Nobody. Hulk Hogan compared to Beyonce, compared to Eminem, compared to Usher, compared to Megan Thee Stallion, Lizzo, Oprah Winfrey, Tyler Perry, all of the whole Avengers actors, they like the Marvel guys, they campaigned for Kamala Harris. But guess what? She still lost, because the people are just fed up with BS, and they support Trump. They support Trump 24/7. You know what I mean? So people want affordable gas prices. People want secured border. You may not like Trump. I get it. Most poor people don't like rich people, and this is just the facts. This is the fact. This is something I've noticed. As I grew older, I realized that poor people don't like rich people. Poor people think rich people are their problem. Now, poverty is a state of mind, okay? You may be broke, but that doesn't mean you're poor. Broke people don't think like that, but poor people, their mind is poor, so they automatically dislike, hate rich people.
All volunteer force and our veterans and their families. So we've taken concrete steps to take the best possible care of our people and their families. Base pay for our troops is up almost 10% since January 2021 with the help of Congress. And we proposed another 4.5% pay raise for 2025. I've also directed actions to make moves easier, to help military spouses pursue their own careers, to introduce universal pre-K in our outstanding GODEA schools, and expand access to affordable child care and high-quality early childhood education. We've also tackled some tough problems that have no simple solutions and no place in our ranks. We've been driving hard to end sexual assault and sexual harassment in our military. We're implementing the approved recommendations of the Independent Review Commission that I stood up. And in fiscal year 2023, the prevalence of sexual assault in the military decreased for the first time in more than 8 years. We've also established the Offices of the Special Trial Counsel. They take cases of sexual assault, domestic violence, and some other serious crimes out of the military chain of command and entrust them to independent and highly trained military lawyers. Now, that's the most important reform to our military justice system since the creation of the Uniform Code of Military Justice in 1950. In 2022, I established the Suicide Prevention and Response Independent Review Commission, and we're moving out urgently on its approved recommendations. And let me be clear, the only acceptable number of suicides in the U.S. military is 0. Now, I took office amid major headwinds in the recruiting environment, including a competitive job market, and the aftermath of the pandemic. But we focused on a renewed call to service and on bending the curve, and we turned around the recruiting picture in 2024. And I'm very proud that the department has kept up the high levels of retention throughout all the services. Finally, in everything that we do, American values matter. Each soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, and Guardian swears to defend our country and our Constitution. We protect not just the American people, but also the American idea. That is what we do, and that is who we are. The Constitution charges us to provide for the common defense, and we will continue to do just that. That means holding true to what makes America.
Man, I got doing too much. Okay, you guys, put it in the chat. So somebody says, this said, reach. Wait, let me go find it. I don't know the person. Yeah, brother's guy. Okay, Jacob. Jacob says, reach is the absence of need. So I'm gonna ask you guys a direct question. Okay, tell me, how much would you say that you would consider you a rich person? Put it in the chat. How much would you say you would have in your bank account that would say, you know what, I am rich? Okay, and don't be putting $1 trillion because okay, come on, just put realistic numbers in the chat and let me know, because I want to know what people even deem rich. What do you think is rich? How much would you have in your bank account today, this morning, when you get up on Sunday, and you would say, you know what? Yes, I am rich.
America exceptional. It means keeping faith with our friends. It means standing up to our foes. And it means knowing the difference between the two. I say all of this as a lifelong military man. And I know a few things about the American way of war. And over my decades of service to America, I have deepened some core beliefs. They are battle-tested, and they are tempered by decades in uniform, and they are forged by years at war. So what do I believe? I believe this. Peace is not self-executing. Order does not preserve itself. And security does not flower on its own. The world built by American leadership can only be maintained by American leadership. As President Biden has said, American leadership is what holds the world together. And from Russia to China, from Hamas to Iran, our rivals and foes want to divide and weaken the United States and to split us off from our allies and partners. So at this hinge in history, America must not waver. American leadership rallies our allies and partners to uphold our shared security. And it inspires ordinary people around the world to work together toward a brighter future. But the troubles of our times will only grow worse without strong and steady American leadership to defend the rules-based international order that keeps us all safe. And if we forfeit our position of responsibility, our rivals and foes will be glad to fill the vacuum. Those beliefs were true when I said those exact words from this podium last year. They are true today, and they will be true tomorrow. Of course, there is far more work to be done. But as this year and this administration draws to a close, America is positioned to stand strong. Our alliances have been renewed and reinforced. Our recruiting trends point upward. Our investments in the future are vast, and our military reflects the full strength of the great democracy that it defends. So the baton will soon be passed, and others will decide the course ahead. And I hope that they will build on the strength that we have forged over the past 4 years.
Hell no. Hell no. I hope they don't forge on the strength you said you've been working on for 4 years now. Hell no. Come on, man. Trump is probably gonna fire this guy. I mean, who knows?
Thank you very much. May God continue to bless the United States of America.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up, guys. Yes, it is Saturday night. Saturday Night Live vibes. That's what we're doing tonight. Hope you guys have your drink or your water or some hot coffee because it's cold outside or some, whatever that you got going on. Just have a good time, okay? Enjoy life, okay? Regardless of how much you got, just enjoy life, okay? Life is hard. However, today is a gift. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is mystery, okay? Just enjoy life, okay? Enjoy life. Do your best. Make the best decision. If you're not really enjoying the relationship that you're in, maybe take a break, okay? Life is not that complicated. Just have a good time, okay? Take a deep breath. Drink some water. Drink water, okay? That's actually facts. Drink water. Don't drink soda every time. Just drink water once in a while. Okay, so let's get to the money. Somebody says $1 million. Sweetest Cat say $1 million. Octavia, shout out to my boy Octavia. He says 500,000 as a single person, no kids. Then that's rich for him. So Sweetest Cat say I'm not rich, but I'm self-employed. So I'd say middle class, worth 1.2. So what do you do, Sweetest Cat? What do you do? Let us know in the chat. Who knows? That's what we should be doing, actually. Asking people, what do you do? How can we connect? How can we, do business? I mean, that's something we should consider. What do you think? It's a community. All right. Karen says, I have $0, but I'm rich with God and self-love. Self-love. Interesting. Self-love is key. Karen most definitely inherited properties because, Karen, did you inherit any property? Let us know. Karen looks like she inherited some properties from daddy and mommy. Who knows? All right, so somebody says Rockefeller, Gates, Ford. Man, those guys are wealthy. Rockefeller, man, those are wealthy folks. Wealthy. Old money. That's old money, guys. Old money. Never finishes. You never know where it started. You don't know where it's going. You don't know. You can't trace it. You don't know how much they have. It's like, how much do you have? We don't know. It's just like Paris Hilton's family. The Hiltons. They don't even know how much they have. And that's where Trump's family is going. Trump's family is getting to a place where nobody knows how much Trump's family has. They don't even know how much they have. They get so much money being thrown at them. They don't even know how much they have. That's wild. All right, what is the boy talking about right here? What is man talking about?
Morning, everyone. Morning. In the remaining few weeks, House Democrats look forward to finishing up the National Defense Authorization Act and doing it in a strongly bipartisan way, as should always be done in connection with our national security interests.
Shout out to Sweetest Cat. Sweetest Cat says she's a property developer. What city are you in, Sweetest Cat? What city are you in? Karen says, my family's still in my inheritance as we speak. I knew Karen had some inheritance. You just know them. All those people that say, you know what, self-love, I got nothing but I'm contented. Those people, they got inheritance. But did you know your dad and your mama ain't left you nada? You better get your ass to work and stop screaming self-love. You better wake up at 4 a.m. and get your ass to work. Okay, so Luke says, find love before gold diggers notice you. Okay, this is the thing, like, I'm 29 years old. One thing I would say for guys who are not married, do not get married in your 20s and your 30s. I'm sorry. Okay, look, don't like me anymore. It is what it is. Men, 20s and your 30s, look for what you like, okay? Find out about yourself. Go and search for who you are, because everybody has something very special inside. It takes a long time to find out who you are. Some people don't even find out who they are until they're like 45, 50 years old, okay? And people make it seem like if you don't get married like at 25, 35, then especially for women and maybe men, they're going to be like, oh, you don't have a direction in life. It's like, what are you doing? There's time for everything. A lot of people are married, lost, gonna get divorced, useless fathers, irresponsible mothers, because they just want to act like, we're married, we got a kid. No, take your time. You know what I mean? Take your time. Take your time. Learn about yourself. Love yourself. Spend time with yourself. Don't just rush into a relationship. You want to go get married because your friends are getting married. Oh, I'm going to get married to Prince Charming. And 2 years later, he ain't no Prince Charming no more. 2 years later, she's not the damn sale you thought she was. Because marriage is a different battle entirely, okay? Now, being a parent, that's another ball game, okay? So one thing I would advise you is, for men, I don't know about women because I'm not a woman, okay? So for men, do not get married in your 20s. If you came from Trump's family or some very wealthy family, obviously money is not something you're even thinking about. So yeah, you could do what you like. But people who are like building from the scratch, from almost nothing, you shouldn't even think about having a relationship. And this is just facts. You should have colleagues, friends, business partners, a team that you're working on a goal with, to a place where it's going to be greener pastures. Now, you can end up marrying someone on your team, or you can end up, finding someone on your journey to greatness. But if you are so focused on relationship, at the end of the day, you would have wasted so much time thinking about a relationship instead of who the hell am I? Most people never really find out who they are. And then when you grow older, I watched a documentary of a 100-year-old man. He was like, he wished he spent time in actually figuring out who he was, spend time with himself. And he was married. He enjoyed his marriage. He was married for like 60 years or something like that. But we don't really spend time with ourselves. We really want to just go out there, party. We don't even want to spend time with ourselves. We just want to have a companion. I'm not saying it's bad, okay? However, it's like spending time to know who you are, to know what you like, what you don't like, to know what God wants for you. It's a blessing, okay? So that's something I just wanted to share with you guys, okay? That's something I just wanted to share with you guys. So if you guys want to jump into marriage, great, do it. I'll see you 2 years later. However, you can take your time, know who you are, build up yourself so you can have some substance to add on to another person. Another person isn't going to add substance to you, okay? You need to be a person of substance, then you can add substance to other people. What do you have? What can you impact your partner? And it's not like, people say, I know what I'm bringing to the table. What the heck are you bringing to the table? What? You don't even know who you are. I'm still figuring out who am I. Like this guy, what's his name? The founder of KFC. He founded KFC in his 60s. So what was he doing from 0 to 60 years? Or probably like from 25 to 60 years. Or what was he doing? Trying shit, failing, doing it again, failing, doing it again. I'm not saying like you have to go figure out where the money is before you get married or whatever. However, you still have to find something that keeps you going, because it ain't Sanders. Shout out to Joshua. Joshua says Sanders. So, man, spend time with yourself, especially men. This ain't for women, okay? This is for men. Men, find out about yourself. Figure out who you are. Learn about yourself. Spend time with yourself. Do not be getting in any relationships, okay? No relationships. Find out yourself. Know who you are. Like, I cannot overemphasize that. Know who you are. If you don't know who you are, you're just going to get the person that you're with into trouble, unnecessary fights, unnecessary arguments. You don't even know yourself. So she's looking up to you to lead. It's like, you don't know. You definitely don't know, because you don't even know where you're going. All right, what's this guy saying now? Kim Jeffries.
And protecting the safety and security of the American people. We, of course, need to resolve the issues connected to the year-end spending agreement, and bipartisan conversations continue to be underway in that regard to make sure we are meeting the needs of the American people. We, of course, have to address the looming expiration of the Farm Bill, and that issue must also be dealt with in a bipartisan way and in a manner consistent with protecting farmers, protecting the agricultural industry, and protecting nutritional assistance for vulnerable Americans. As Democrats have repeatedly made clear, as we prepare for the new Congress, we will seek to find common ground with the incoming administration whenever and wherever possible in order to solve problems for hardworking American taxpayers, but we will push back against far-right extremism whenever necessary. Questions?
Good morning, Mr. Jeffries. Thank you. Welcome back. On the DOGE proposal here, should Democrats be more involved in this? Are you disappointed that Mr. Musk and Ramaswamy didn't come to meet with you? Do you think that the opportunities here, that their political appetite is bigger than their parliamentary stomach when it comes to getting some of these things done?
Yeah, it's unclear to me what exactly the objective is related to this so-called DOGE initiative. From our perspective, we want a federal government that is...
Yeah, I can never understand people, man. So somebody said, I like masculine women. What does that even mean? Okay, so you mean like what? Masculinity to me is you talk less, you work more, you read more, you seek knowledge more, you provide, you protect, you're responsible. And you're just looking for a way to be better every single time. That's what masculinity is to me. So I don't expect me to like a masculine woman who wants to provide and protect and be responsible. I don't want that. I definitely don't want that. I want you to not like lay back and cross your leg and just, not every day, but once in a while, I want to see you just, chill around. I like that, but not every day, okay? You have to inspire your partner to, maybe write a book or something, okay? Do some inspiring that would inspire your man as well. But saying you like masculinity, I don't know, man. I don't know. Sweetest Cat says, be submissive to your husband. Well, I don't know how old Sweetest Cat is, but most women in their late 30s, early 40s would say those type of words because they've sort of kind of seen life. They've been around. They've seen what life can be. And they know that when you do find a good man, you need to be submissive and you need to do what you got to do to keep your guy. Okay. There you have it. Sweetest Cat says she's 43. You know, she doesn't look 43, by the way. She probably looks like 32. That's why I said in their 30s. But she's 43. So she's not, you know, she's seen life. She knows that when you do find a good guy, you better keep him and submit yourself, okay? And in my opinion, a woman should only submit herself. This is my opinion, okay? You know, take it whatever way you want to take it. I feel like, well, I know that a woman should only submit herself to a man that has a dream, a goal, that knows where he's going. Probably not exactly where he's going, but has a broad picture of where he's going. He's just trying to navigate his way there. Okay, so you can submit yourself to that kind of man and say, you know what, baby, I'm gonna be your guide. Let's go. Okay, but this man doesn't know where he's going, doesn't have any direction. You're submitting yourself to what? To get lost? I don't think so.
Effective and efficient and equitable. And to the extent the other side of the aisle shares that objective, which is what is right for the American people, then we'll see if there's common ground as possible.
But does it worry you about the idea that they're doing this just with these two guys who aren't part of the government, who don't have experience directly in understanding discretionary, non-discretionary spending, and therefore should Democrats be directly involved and say, look, you know, we don't want wasteful fraud and abuse, but...
Democrats will, of course, have to be directly involved to the extent that there is any legislative aspect of this, and we will, by necessity, be engaged because it's clear that the incoming House Republican majority will not be able to do much without us.
Thanks, Leader Jeffries. On the NDAA and
I don't know how we went from talking about politics to talking about relationships, but I guess that's Saturday night vibes right there. Elise Sykes. I don't want to butcher your name. I'm sorry. Okay, Elise. She says, biblical law, she submits to her husband, he who married her. Yes, you're right. That's why I said in the beginning of that conversation, men, do not be goddamn getting married when you don't know who you are, okay? Go find out, go figure out, go out there, go suffer, okay? Suffer. Get some reps in, figure out what life is for you. Then you can bring a woman into your world when you've figured out who you are, what you are, why God put you here. It may take you 40 years. It's fine, bro. It's fine. Take your time. Don't let them be rushing you. Like this world, they be trying to rush you. They rush you to get rich. They rush you to get married. They rush you to get a baby. They rush you to buy a house. They rush you to buy a car. They always rush you. And when you flop, they're going to laugh at you. So don't let nobody rush you. Take your time. Go figure out what you are. Okay? You may not be the same with your brother. You may not be the same with your cousin, with your dad, you know, with your family. You may be different entirely. Like the ancestors may have just brought you here for a different reason. God may have just brought you here for I don't know what you believe in, okay? Whatever you believe in may have just brought you here for a different reason. All right? You know what I mean? So take your time. Breathe. Take life day by day. Okay? Day by day. Do something that inspires you. Forget about relationships. First, those things come as you go in life. Good things come to you when you're actually doing stuff. When you're busy, when you're doing things that inspires you, when you're getting fit, when you're eating right, when you're trying to be focused on yourself, that's when good things come at you. Distractions come at you as well. But once you're focused and disciplined and ready to do great things and do better things for yourself, those things come at you like on default. And this is the thing. I'm sorry, ladies. Ladies, I'm sorry. Men, to me, are the price. Women are a gift from God to the man. But the price is the man, okay? The man decides if you're going to get married. If a man says, I don't want to get married, then, how are you going to get married to this man? Except you want to propose to the man. So for me, a man is the price. Women don't have to agree with me, but a man is the price, okay? I'm sorry. Men are the price. Gone are the days when women say, I'm the price. Please sit down, okay? You ain't the price. You are a gift from God to me, just like how God created Adam's first. Adam was first, okay? And God made Eve out of Adam. Okay, for the Christians in the chat, okay, without Adam, there would be no Eve. So Eve was a present. She was like a gift to Adam. But the price was Adam, okay? So get in line. And happy wife, happy life. Yeah, that's a scam. That's a scam, okay? Those things have destroyed homes. Happy wife, happy life. So what? That's why you have miserable men just walking around like zombies. Happy life, happy wife, happy life. Come on. Make it balanced, okay? Balance the equation.
The Farm Bill, what are the odds that either of those or both gets attached to the year-end CR that we'll need to pass to keep the government open?
Well, with respect to the National Defense Authorization Act, we're proceeding on a track where we hope to be able to bring it forward in a bipartisan way as a standalone. Remains to be seen what the process will be in connection with the Farm Bill.
Thanks, Leader Jeffries. This past couple weeks, we've seen Raul Grijalva drop his bid for natural resources, Jerry Nadler drop his bid for judiciary, and David Scott is facing two challengers for agriculture. What is your reflection on this increasing trend of members challenging seniority of ranking members?
I have no reflection other than that the caucus is working as well, and we're doing it in...
I don't know what the hell Hakeem Jeffries talking about. He doesn't support DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, because they want to spend money like drunken sailors. Of course, you ain't finna support DOGE.
A cordial fashion, having internal discussions and deliberations about how to make sure we're in the strongest possible position moving forward to deal with the excesses of the incoming Trump administration whenever and wherever that manifests itself. Got it.
What do you make of these reports, the prospects of possible pardons for House Democratic Caucus members who may have been on the January 6th Select Committee or who've just been critical of Donald Trump?
Yeah, there hasn't been we've had no communication with the White House as it relates to potential pardons with respect to any sitting members of Congress or former members of Congress. It has been the perspective that many of us have shared that there are working class Americans all across the country who've been caught up in an overly aggressive criminal justice system that at times has gone too far in terms of excessive sentencing as it relates to non-violent offenders who do not present any risk to society and are prepared to contribute.
Shout out to everybody tuning in right now. Thank you for tuning in. God bless you. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen or find a place to just like this video, okay? I don't know. They say there's like a 3 dots on the upper right hand side. Just double tap your screen if you can't find that, okay? Let's like the live stream. Indira Dija says, real men versus grown boys. Women choose and have the eggs. No wife, no family. You're right. Absolutely right. No wife, no family. Except you don't have to have a wife to have kids. Okay, so you choose to have men choose to have a wife. So if the man doesn't come around and say, will you marry me? Then what? Are you gonna force him to marry you? Okay, so men choose. Men, when you say women choose, I don't really know about that. Okay, I don't know about that. It's women choose when they're like in their early 20s and all that stuff. But when you start getting older, except you have the best character, okay? To me, character is like that plays a bigger role than like the physical attributes when you have the best character, because character is something that you cannot teach someone. Beauty, you can sort of use money to, refurbish your woman. I'm just being straight with you, especially now. You could buy different things. You could probably change her whole body. But her character, you can never change that, okay? She has her energy. She has the vibe that she came into the relationship with. You can't change that, okay? She can get inspired by your energy, but she can't really change the core of who she is. So I would say men should go for good character and just roll with good character, okay? Good attribute is character, okay? When a woman has good character, she respects you. She wants the best for the family, and she's ready to commit to the goal that you've set for the family. And she's ready to support it. She's ready to inspire you and wake you up when you are slacking. That's the kind of character you need to look for. But she could be fine as Delilah or whatever, fine as hell, and then she's going to lead you astray. I mean, I'm not saying beautiful women are not what you should be going for. I'm just saying, like, if she's beautiful and she has good character, bro, you won. But, the character should, be the first things first.
To the well-being of society, to the extent that the Biden administration is considering additional pardons moving forward, it's my suggestion that that is where the...
Yo, shout out to Elise. Elise says, at the end of the day, this entire conversation is sad. What happened to love? Everyone is looking for validation. How heartbreaking. Elise, I'm sorry to let you know, this ain't the Notebook or Titanic or Romeo and Juliet, okay? Back in them days, you didn't have to pay rent every 30 days. You didn't have to fix your credit. You didn't have to buy groceries. You didn't have to, get insurance on your car, on your home, on your life. You know what I mean? Like, things have changed, okay? The way we live, the everyday economical situation, the way we interact financially has changed, okay? That's why if you talk to your grandmas, they'll tell you things were fun those days. We had so much fun, girl. We had so much. That's what you hear from your grandmas, even your moms. Why? Because things have changed. The price of homes now is what skyrocketed. Like it's gone all the way up. Even the price of food. Back in them days, they had so much fun with so little money. With little money, they had so much fun. Now, to have a lot of fun, you're gonna have to, you're gonna have to have the bag. Okay? You're gonna have the bag, but if you don't have the bag now, you can't have fun. You cannot have fun. And now things have changed. Even the ladies of our generation have changed. Social media have changed the way we relate, to the way we date. Most of us meet our spouse on social media. You meet your friends on social media. We are having a conversation on social media right now. I'm talking to Luke, I'm talking to Zyros, I'm talking to Octavius, I'm talking to Sweet as Cat on social media. So, social media has changed the way we interact. So, back in them days, to have this conversation, we have to be at the bar or at a town square or something. But now we can have virtual conversation. We can interact. I can know more about Sweet as Cat, Luke, Octavius, Joshua by just asking questions. Back in them days, before you even ask a girl out, you've bought a drink, y'all talking. She probably wouldn't follow you home for the next 2 weeks. Y'all just talking, having fun. Now it's like, you ready to do-de-do.
Focus should be at this point in time.
Do your members have any concern that a Kash Patel may try to come after them?
Members are in a position to speak for themselves, but I don't think we're prepared to do our jobs, and we will not be intimidated.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. With the election behind us and considering it's now already the end of the year, how do you envision the future of Democratic Party?
Well, we look forward to continuing to do the people's business in the new Congress. And as we've repeatedly indicated, we're going to fight hard to make a difference in the lives of the American people.
Shout out to Elise. Shout out to Elise. Elise says, also, I work for the feds in cybersecurity, so the bag is not a topic. Fair enough. But that's the thing about women. Like, the men that you want, that you truly desire, do not care about your cybersecurity job. They don't care. Like, the guy that you actually want in the deepest heart of your heart, you want a guy that respects you, to treat you like a queen, that leads you. That leader that you so much desire, that loves you with his whole heart, he don't care about your your cybersecurity job. He doesn't care about the bag that you think you're bringing into the relationship, because in his mind, that is his job. His job is to provide and protect you. And your job in his mind is to just love him. That's all he wants from you. He wants you to love him and respect him. So when women say, my man don't have to worry about the bag because I got the bag, I'm like, you want boys, you don't want men. The man that you actually desire for, they absolutely don't care about your money. Even though they don't have as much money as you, they still don't care about your money, because they know they will go to work every single day. Even if they have to pay the bills and they have like $500 left and you have $10,000 left, they're still going to take pride in paying those bills, because that's their responsibility. That's the Prince Charming that you want, and he don't care about your bag.
To the extent that there was any mandate that has emerged from this most recent election, it is that the American people want us to work hard to lower the high cost of living and to bring down grocery prices, gas prices, the cost of child care, and housing costs. And that will be a focus of House Democrats as we move forward. Kevin?
This morning, Mayor Eric Adams did not rule out the possibility of switching back to being a Republican. I'm wondering if you have a response to that. And then separately, now that you've had a few weeks to reflect on it, any updated thoughts on the revitalization of congestion pricing?
No additional thoughts on congestion pricing. With respect to Mayor Adams, I'm going to support the Democratic nominee who emerges in the primary in June as it relates to the next mayor of the city of New York, and work as hard as I can, partnering with the congressional delegation, to make sure that the next mayor of the city of New York is a Democrat.
Do you think that's going to be Eric Adams? It's going to be the next Democratic nominee?
I have no idea. That's in the hands of the people of the great city of New York.
Should it be?
That's a decision that has to be made by the people of the city of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Republicans have started internal discussions about how they'll use the reconciliation process next Congress. Reporting says that they are considering putting some border funding in one of the reconciliation bills, that some of which would go to the wall. Donald Trump in his first term said that Mexico would be paying for the wall. What are your thoughts about Republicans having discussions about border funding that includes wall funding, given that the president previously said that the wall would be paid for by Mexico?
What we've seen repeatedly amongst my extreme MAGA Republican colleagues is that they say one thing to the American people before the election and then do something different after the.
No, that's you. That's the Democratic Party. Yeah, don't even start that. But when people say the extreme MAGA Republican, they're supposed to say, so you mean that the extreme Make America Great Again Republicans? Is that what you mean? because that's what MAGA means, Make America Great Again. They have to stop pronouncing that word in full. Make America Great Again. That's what MAGA means. So it's like extreme Make America Great Again Republicans. Yeah, I'll take that.
Election. The House Republicans said they were going to protect Social Security and Medicare, and so did their presidential nominee. And now we learn after the election that House Republicans are planning to try to cut Medicare and Social Security and end it as we know it. House Republicans said before the election that they were.
Shout out to Karen Murray. She says, keep it simple for men, no drama. That's the thing, man. That's the thing. Like, that's why this, look, I'm sorry to say, but this is why most younger guys go for older women. I'm sorry, okay, this ain't the conversation we're supposed to be having on a Saturday night, but this is the facts. Most younger men are now going for older women because older women ain't trying to stress you because they already have the knowledge. They know they're not trying to stress you. They let you do your thing. They let you go to work, pursue your dreams, get the bag, do what you got to do. They're not calling you and saying, I've been calling you and you're not picking your phone. I've been calling you and you're not picking your phone. Where have you been? You with that girl? Older women are just like, when you're free, call me back, okay? Have a good day. Yo, bro. Damn Cougar is gonna get your ass.
Focus on improving the quality of life of working class Americans. But after the election, they're focused on tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. For years, up until this election, the incoming president-elect has said that we're going to build a wall and Mexico will pay for it. But now, after the election, House Republicans are planning to use the budget reconciliation process to force everyday American and hardworking taxpayers to pay for their so-called border wall. We all support, on the Democratic side, a strong, a safe, and a secure border. We have a broken immigration system, and we need to fix it.
I mean, take a look at this comment right here. Karen Murray says, that's right, please go fishing or something. There is no way a younger girl is going to tell you, please go fishing. What? Hey, babe, you want to do this TikTok video? Come check it. Come see TikTok. Like, older women are just chill, laid back. They've seen life. Too many heartbreaks. Just trying to lead life, okay? Yeah, they don't want no smoke. They just want to laugh, have a good time, chill, and just have fun. Okay, they're telling you, babe, you want to go fishing? Don't worry, I already made you dinner when you get back. Like, you could go for 2 days. They're going to come back. And when you come back, they're going to say, are you okay? I've been trying to call you, but are you sure you're okay? Okay, I'm just happy you're okay, okay? Go take your bath. I run you your bath water. I get you food. You're going to go for 2 days. Like, you come home to a younger lady. You better be ready for the smoke. You better be ready for the smoke. And you better have a good explanation. Because you finna get yourself gone. What? 2 days? But look at Karen. Karen says, you know, you want to go fishing. You went for 2 days. Karen says, baby, go fishing or something. Damn.
We need to enhance our border security. And we need to do it in a sensible, bipartisan way. And Democrats are prepared to do just that.
In terms of your personal view on seniority, is it sacrosanct that seniority trumps everything, or is there some level of you've reached a certain amount of years at the top of a committee and a younger, newer person is the right thing to do here?
What is how do you view that system? How do you weigh it back and forth?
Well, the caucus will continue to work its will, and I'm not going to get out ahead of any ongoing deliberations that are taking place within the House Democratic Caucus, as per the tradition for decades.
And that's true. At least that's absolutely true. It's the same thing for, look, any older person you dated, man or woman, everything is Gucci, okay? Man, when you date older man, everything is Gucci. At least says, and bills will be paid without you even thinking it's something you need to check. Older man, okay? Well, look, bills are paid over here regardless. I mean, I'm not even 30 yet, but I'm just saying, like, a responsible man is a responsible man. But when you're older, you have more information, you have more experience, you have more steez, bro. You got more steez, bro. Because you've been around. You know what women like, you know what women definitely don't like. And you know when a woman's when she says no, maybe she means yes. And by no and meaning yes, I mean like, do you want me to get you dinner on my way back? And she says no. Get her dinner on your way back. Okay. Get her dinner on your way back. Don't say because she said no. That's what I mean by no and yes. But when she says, you know what, don't touch me, blah, blah, blah. That's it. You know, respect the woman's body. But when she says no on things like, I don't want to take that trip, you better book the flight because she actually means she's ready for the trip. So like, once you start getting to know women's language, because you have that experience now, you have that knowledge, you've been around. That's why younger women like older men too, because older men don't stress younger women. Same thing with older women. Older women don't stress younger men. It's just what it is.
In terms of House Democratic leadership, we have enormous talent spread throughout the caucus. And that talent, of course, includes both more seasoned members who bring great experience to the congressional arena, as well as newer members who've got a lot of energy and capacity and ability, and we welcome their entry onto the playing field.
I just want to get your thoughts on President Biden's decision to pardon his son Hunter, and also how you feel about the White House potentially considering blanket pardons and those.
BTC, my boy. He says, I want a cougar so bad, bro. He says, I want a cougar so bad. Luke says, men pray for the discernment of Solomon and you would get it cooked. And you would get cooked. It is what it is. What else? Wait. Who is that? Yep, no time to waste. Yeah. Yes, that's the thing. Like, older people don't waste time on, oh, you hurt me, you did something, because they rarely get hurt. They've been hurt in their teenage years, in their 20s, in their 30s, bro. They're in their 40s. They're in their 40s, bro. They're just chilling. They're on cruise control. Now, when they get to their 50s, bro, just chill. Live life. You ain't even get... Look, 40s, they're on cruise control. 50s, bro, autopilot. You on autopilot, bro.
This would be a smart move.
I issued a statement with respect to the pardon issue, and that statement will speak for itself.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. House Speaker Johnson said yesterday that the Gates ethics report is, quote, moot. What is your response to that?
With respect to the Gates report, it's an ongoing matter of public interest, as has been expressed by many. We'll see whether our former colleague is presented for any additional positions with the incoming Trump administration, and to the extent that occurs, it certainly is not a moot matter. It's a matter of interest to the American.
Okay, here we go. Saturday Night Live, guys. Saturday Night Live. You see, like, I didn't even know the conversation was gonna, pivot over here, but Alice took us to another level. Alice says, hold your feelings, okay? Hold your feelings. some men who have wives or women are willing to pay the next woman's bills if he feels she provides him with a safe place to talk and show appreciation. I said it. Now, the first part, if he feels she provides him with a safe place to talk, that's your first part. Great. Okay, great. Now your second part, show appreciation. That's where it gets a little diverse. Okay, when you're showing appreciation, what you mean? Okay, because you can have conversation, and when you paying her bills, it's like, this is the thing. Men like peace of mind. Okay, men like to go somewhere and the person treats them like King Solomon, rub their head, massage their feet and say, "How was your day? It's okay. Everything is gonna be all right. Even if it's raining, this person is still gonna come, show up." I saw a picture. It was it was a blizzard, snowing, and the guy was like, it's a meme, right? It's like a picture on Twitter that I saw on X. The guy was like, "Hey," he called his wife. He's like, "Hey, babe." No, he called his girlfriend and he said, "Hey, babe, do you want to pull up?" And she said, "No, it's snowing. I can pull up." And then he called his side chick and she's like, "I'm coming over." So it's like, damn side chick, they'll do anything to get you comfortable. But the one that you would die for, they already have you. They don't really, I'm talking about the younger ones though. They don't really care about all that because they already got you. They know you're their man. But side chicks, man, side chick gonna do anything you want. Side chicks is gonna do anything you want, bro.
People and any senators from the Democratic or Republican side who may be asked to vote on any confirmation or weigh in on their perspective with respect to who is best positioned to serve the American people in the new administration.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries.
By the way, I don't support side chick. I'm just telling you, this is experience, okay? This right here is experience. Just like you say, older women would treat a younger guy better. Older men would treat a younger woman better. It's the same way with side chicks, okay? Side chicks, I'm telling you, because if a man isn't happy in his home, same thing with women. Women have side men too. Side boys, side men, side guys, or whatever, women have it. As a matter of fact, this is my opinion, okay, and I'm entitled to one. Women cheat more than men, and you need the grace of God to be able to figure out if your wife is cheating or your girl is cheating on you, because women do it so smooth, bro. Smooth criminal. I'm telling you, smooth criminal, just like MJ.
Question on Cell Typhoon and the hacking of telecommunications companies in the U.S. Has your office been affected by this hack, and has this been brought up in your caucus in any discussions?
We're in the midst of ongoing discussions that are classified in nature as it relates to that matter, and so I'm not at liberty to have any discussions, but it is a matter of significant congressional interest, and it's my expectation that those ongoing classified discussions will continue to occur.
Yo, Alice Sykes is definitely or was once a side chick. There ain't no way she know way too much about side chicking.
Everyone good? All right. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry.
Do you have any reason to believe Gaetz might be up for another sort of appointment that would require confirmation?
Given all the nominations that we've seen up until this point, anything is possible. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. And don't forget, we're just having a good time, okay? We're just having a good time. It's Saturday Night Live stream. We're having a wonderful time, and I hope you're having a wonderful time too, and I hope you guys are just chilling. Excuse me. Yes, let's have a good time. It's Saturday Night Live, guys. Let's find something nice out here. Somebody says, I'm God-fearing woman. Yes, you are. That doesn't mean you can't be a side chick just because you're a God-fearing woman. What does that even mean? I'm God-fearing. You have no choice than to be God-fearing. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be God-fearing. Okay, where's this hearing? I want us to listen to it here. Okay, this right here. Industrial complex. Okay, this should be it right here. I want us to listen to this hearing right here. It's House Select Committee on the CCP holds hearing about America's defense industrial complex. So I want us to actually listen to that one right here. It's probably going to be fun. Alice says I'm not a side chick at all.
The Select
Straight
Committee
up
will
side
come
chick.
to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Select Committee's hearing entitled Rebuilding the Arsenal of Democracy, the Imperative to Strengthen America's Defense Industrial Base and Workforce. In lieu of a full statement, I'd like to play a video that will highlight what I hope everyone will come away with today, that our defense industrial base lacks the capacity to deter and win a fight with the PRC, is unable to innovate quickly or at scale, and its supply chains are vulnerable to manipulation and economic coercion at the hands of the PRC. Bold policy changes and significant resources are now needed to restore deterrence and prevent a fight with the PRC. Clerk will now play the video.
We must be the great arsenal of democracy.
Rule in modern product development. The spec is developed and is finalized before production starts. The way you really do it is you start it iteratively and you learn from your mistakes and so forth. That's called agile development. It's essentially impossible to do because of the way the rules are set.
I think monopsony is the root of what ails us. At some very fundamental level, you either believe in the free market or you don't. The consolidation bred conformity. It pushed out the Kelly Johnsons. It pushed out the crazy innovative engineers. It pushed out the founders. And it was the beginning of the true financialization of defense, where these companies became owned by an institutional faceless class that only cared about dividends and buybacks. You don't have the Elon Musk. You don't have the Palmer Luckies.
And while I believe we all agree on the urgency to innovate, I must say one of the most serious obstacles to doing so has been the lack of stable, predictable, timely funding.
The system is not producing weapons systems for a protracted war against a major adversary like China.
As the tension between Taiwan and China is growing, top military analysts warn that an invasion could cost many American lives.
A war game from the Center for Strategic and International Studies begins with a Chinese missile barrage against Taiwan's military in 2026, destroying much of its air force and navy. The war game assesses that the U.S. loses 10 to 20 combat ships, including 2 aircraft carriers and 200 to 400 military aircraft. In 3 weeks of fighting, the U.S. suffers more than 3,000 troops killed in action.
Results and recommendations are the Chinese forces makes this successful landing. U.S.-Taiwan forces exhausted available missiles and ammunition within days in the simulation. Bold and aggressive steps are needed to take and rebuild U.S. defense industrial base and boost production capability and capacity to deter war.
And it's a competition. We win and they lose. And there is only one way to do that, and that is to build the defense industrial capacity that you deter adversaries that are on a wartime footing. But you have to make that case to the American population. You have to make that case and tell them what is at stake. I have not heard anyone make that case. It needs to be made. It was made by Roosevelt in the 1930s. It was made by Reagan in the 1980s. It can be made again in the 2020s.
I have the profound conviction that the American people are now determined to put forth a mightier effort than they have ever yet made to increase our production of all the implements of defense to meet the threat to our democratic faith.
I now recognize the ranking member Raja Krishnamurthy for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recent polling shows that a majority of voters think that there's at least a 50-50 chance of war with China happening within the next 10 years. From the same study, we see that almost 80% of voters believe we should do everything we can in our power to prevent war with China. This finding cuts across party lines. Democrats, Republicans, and independents all believe the same. This, I believe, is one of the primary missions of this particular committee that has been assigned to us, to prevent war with China while winning our strategic competition with the Chinese Communist Party, or the CCP. But to prevent war and to win the competition, we have to be strong. And part of being strong is having a robust defense industrial base that deters aggression by our adversaries. I want to show you a couple of visuals, one that shows
Basically, we need more money to fortify our defense system. That's what they're going to say at the end of this whole conversation and this whole film, documentary. But, you know, all of this stuff ends in we need more money for defense. That's where it all ends up. More money.
Shows U.S. defense spending immediately around the time of World War II, and then another that shows our defense production since World War II. As you can see, coming out of World War I, our defense industrial base weakened and continued to be very weak throughout the entire interwar period between World War I and World War II. Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan noticed. This picture here, this chart, I respectfully submit, shows how we invited Pearl Harbor and the start of World War II. Now, as you can see on my second chart, this pattern unfortunately repeats itself. The industrial base strengthened in World War II, then weakened again precipitously, inviting yet another war, this time in Korea. Then again, we see this pattern repeat. Our industrial base strengthened for Korea and then weakened, which invited increased support from the CCP and the Soviet Union for communist insurgencies across Southeast Asia and led us into the disastrous Vietnam War. Folks, the lesson of this history is this: we cannot invest in our defense industrial base only after a conflict begins. Dictators notice when our industrial base weakens. That's when bad things happen. A couple weeks ago, our committee ran a simulation that showed we may be inviting aggression yet again, this time in the Indo-Pacific, because of the large gaps between the U.S. and China in our production capacity for key defense systems. Related to this gap is that the U.S. defense industrial base currently relies on, of all nations, China for essential components and materials. One of these vulnerabilities is our supply of critical minerals, which we need in order to produce modern weapon systems. Unfortunately, the CCP has a monopoly over many of these materials, as you can see here, including with gallium. We import 100% of our gallium from China, antimony, and germanium. Gallium and germanium are used for, among other things, infrared systems. Antimony is used to harden the lead in our ammunition and bullets. Just 2 days ago, the CCP, maybe noticing this very chart, announced it was banning exports to the U.S. of, you guessed it, gallium, antimony, and germanium. G-A-G, it makes me gag. These export controls are another reminder that dictators around the world are becoming more aggressive, and they're probing the U.S. and our allies for our weaknesses. While our defense industries struggle to support Ukraine while deterring aggression in the Indo-Pacific, the CCP is pursuing what some have called the most extensive military buildup since World War II. And Vladimir Putin, for his part, has transformed Russia into a flat-out war economy. Today's hearing is not about going to war. It's about preventing war from happening in the first place. History tells us we need a healthy defense industrial base now to deter aggression and make sure the world's dictators think again before dragging the U.S. and the world into yet another disastrous conflict. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Krishnamurthy. And if any other member wishes to submit a statement for the record without objection, those statements will be added to the record. And I'd like to begin by introducing our three witnesses today. Mr. Chris Brose is Head of Strategy at Anduril Industries and a Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. He's a former staff director of the Senate Armed Services Committee under the late Chairman John McCain. Dr. William Greenwalt is a non-resident Senior Fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, where he's an expert on the expansion of America's defense industrial base. Dr. Greenwalt is also a founder of the Silicon Valley Defense Group, which seeks to harness American technological innovation to advance U.S. national security. Ms. Halima Najiblak is Vice President of Entanglement Incorporated, a technology company focused on next-generation computing and artificial intelligence. Until May of this year, she served as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Industrial Base Resilience and was responsible for assessing the health of the defense industrial base and recommending changes to strengthen the defense industrial base capacity and resilience. And with all that, I want to welcome all the witnesses and thank you for being here this morning. And Mr. Brose, you are now recognized for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Molinar, Ranking Member Krishnamurthy, members of the committee. It's an honor to have this opportunity to appear before you today on this critically important topic. America's defense industrial base, which has helped to deter war for decades, has failed to keep pace and adapt to the times. It is being left behind by evolving great power threats, technological innovations in areas such as low-cost robotics and artificial intelligence, and a commercial manufacturing revolution that is enabling the hyperscale production of everything from self-driving cars to reusable rockets to intelligent devices of all kinds. We increasingly lack the industrial capacity, as the chairman said, to deter and, if necessary, fight and win a great power conflict. Years of war games, including those overseen by this committee, suggest we would run out of critical munitions in less than 1 week of a war with China. This is not hard to believe after Ukraine expended a decade's worth of U.S.-produced.
But here's my thing, okay? Even if you're gonna lose a conflict with China, are you supposed to be saying it on national TV? Oh my God, these folks, bro, these folks. So wait, you're telling China that, hey guys, if we do have a conflict, we're gonna run out of ammunition in 1 week. So please don't come. What in the world going on here? What is going on here, guys? This is way too sad. You were telling the enemy that if you come up here, we're gonna lose. Okay, so please don't come up here. Total BS.
Tactical weapons in just the initial months of combat with Russia. A great power conflict would be a war of production, attrition, and regeneration at scales that are nearly unfathomable to our defense industrial base. If such a conflict were to occur, we may be ready for day 1, but we are utterly unprepared for day 30, let alone day 300. America and our allies need to rebuild the arsenal of democracy, and that is achievable, but only if we adopt a fundamentally new approach to how we define, design, and produce military power. I want to be really clear. I spent a decade on the Senate Armed Services Committee. I know better than most the amazing work that our industrial base does and the military advantage it affords us. I spent years fighting, largely successfully, for additional funding for attack submarines, long-range bombers, critical munitions, and all manner of other traditional military systems, and I stand by those decisions. At the same time, we must acknowledge reality. Defense spending has been increasing for the better part of a decade, and yet the U.S. military and its industrial base have been shrinking. We have fewer submarines now than when I was in the Senate, and we will have even fewer by the end of this decade. Most of our combat aircraft are not mission capable, and we are retiring them faster than we can replace them. Under no realistic budget projection will the Navy achieve its stated objective of 355 ships over the next 30 years. Meanwhile, China already has a battle fleet of 400 ships and counting. Our defense program is littered with broken programs that are years behind schedule and billions of dollars over budget. These are just facts. Even greater increases in defense spending will not generate.
These guys are literally praising praising China. Wait. They're literally praising China and saying, you know what, you don't want smoke with China, America, because you probably will lose.
Meaningfully more of the military systems we need, certainly not in this decade. Our industrial base simply cannot scale to meet that challenge. This is as much the fault of government as industry. For decades, we could not imagine ever losing large numbers of weapons and platforms in combat, so we designed military capabilities that were effectively irreplaceable. Forces so exquisite, so allegedly capable and survivable that they would never need to be mass-produced. Our industrial base is struggling to produce these weapons and vehicles because they were never designed to be mass-producible.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Thank you for tuning in one more time. And shout out to the veterans in the chat. And everybody still serving. Thank you for your service, okay? Let's get it.
So what is to be done? We should maintain our investments in many legacy military systems because we just need more capacity. We should also increase defense spending for the same reason. But we should stop spending ever more money on the military we have. Small numbers of exquisite, expensive platforms and weapons that cannot be mass-produced. Instead, we should ramp investments in entirely new types of military forces, vast numbers of lower-cost, hyper-producible, autonomous vehicles and weapons. I'm not talking about quadcopters and small tactical systems. I'm talking about large robotic ships, submarines, aircraft, ground vehicles, and an order of magnitude increase in low-cost weapons. Systems that have the range, payload capacity, and other attributes to be relevant in a high-end fight against China. If the Congress and the Department of Defense create these programs, America can rapidly grow the new industrial base in this country to produce them, because it is already happening. In just the past few years, Anduril, the company I work at, has begun to do this. We are building autonomous fighter jets, robotic submarines the size of school buses, low-cost cruise missiles, and other weapons. We are investing billions of dollars of private capital to terraform the industrial base, standing up large production facilities for launched effects in Georgia, autonomous maritime vehicles in Rhode Island, solid rocket motors in Mississippi, and soon we will announce the location of a multi-million square foot hyperscale production facility that we are calling Arsenal One, which will be capable of producing tens of thousands of autonomous vehicles and weapons per year. The truth, perhaps uncomfortable, is there is nothing holding us back, not bureaucracy or the acquisition system or some other amorphous systemic problem. We have everything we need to win. Both in our government and in industry, we have the money, the people, the technology, the acquisition authorities, and everything else we need to make the rapid disruptive changes that are required to deter war and compete successfully with the Chinese Communist Party. Not in the far future, but now. We are limited only by our will, our imagination, and our sense of urgency, and I want to thank this committee for bringing these vital qualities to this important debate.
Thank you very much. Dr. Greenwald, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Molnar and Ranking Member Krishnamurthy and other distinguished members of the committee. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning on the need to strengthen America's defense industrial base and workforce. Restoring the arsenal of democracy is one of the most important tasks I think Congress and our nation can embark on in the coming years. Our industrial deterrence is based on production and the ability to innovate at scale. America needs to do both. As the committee no doubt has seen in its recent war game, we've reached an inflection point. Our industrial deterrence is no longer credible. This is a far cry from the defense industrial base that facilitated our victory in World War II. The production prowess of the arsenal of democracy is well known, but it also may have been the most significant driver of innovation ever created. This model, used in World War II and the early Cold War, was time-constrained and based on a sense of urgency. It focused on competitive approaches rather than competitive contracts, and serial, operationally deployed experimentation of new concepts and technologies. And I want to focus on operationally deployed. That it looked like what we now expect from Silicon Valley is perhaps no surprise. It also depended on the bringing together of the defense and commercial industrial bases. This has been described in the U.S. as civil-military integration and in China as military-civil fusion. The lesson that we've forgotten from this period is that the U.S. defense industrial base is only fully capable when it is integrated with the underlying commercial industrial base. Innovation and ideas flow both ways, from defense to commercial and from commercial to defense. Solving extremely difficult national security problems drives underlying innovation and economic advances. Beginning in the early 1960s, however, the ability to maintain the arsenal of democracy approach was systematically destroyed. Processes and ideas put in place in the 1960s and 1970s, gradually and incrementally, like barnacles on a wooden ship, undermined our defense industrial base and innovation system over the course of multiple decades. Central planning, scientific management, and a great deal of hubris dissolved the links to the underlying commercial industrial base and then shattered the importance of time constraints to innovation. Since we've been doing this now for so long, our current acquisition and budgeting system seems normal and the right way to do things. It is not. The traditional acquisition system has seen decision time to start a program and set it on contract rise from less than a year in the 1950s to closer to 9 years today. While time to initial operational capability or new innovation in the field has gone from an additional 4 years to 10 to 20 years. We will not win with this system. The defense industrial base now looks like a return to the pre-World War II peacetime arsenal model, except that the arsenals are now privately run rather than government-owned, but still highly regulated and controlled by the government. This model was inadequate in 1939 and is no better today as we contemplate competing against China. Just as the run-up to World War II, technology and expertise reside outside of the arsenal system, and we need to find out a better way to leverage the commercial marketplace. A new, improved, and more advanced arsenal of democracy awaits to be created based on commercial technology advances in artificial intelligence, added and digital manufacturing, the ubiquitous deployment of sensors and autonomy. This will not be an easy task to create, as reforms of the last 30 years to leverage the commercial sector have proven difficult to achieve and been only marginally successful. What is now required is no less than a complete restructuring of the processes, incentives, and culture behind our defense requirements, acquisition, contracting, budgeting, and technology control systems. This will require a shift to the time-based innovation approach that emulates the practices of the venture capital market of today or of a defense program from the 1950s. The first step is needed to restore a sense of urgency and time. The government must pivot to the mindset that we are now in an emergency, just as the committee is saying, and that we need to act like it. It is important for Congress, after understanding how we got here, to act boldly and urgently to address the failings of the current system. This is a whole-of-nation effort that is much bigger than just immediately ramping up a few existing defense production lines, although that is vitally needed first, it's a vitally needed first step, especially in shipbuilding and munitions. To restore industrial deterrence, America must attempt to recreate the methods of our earlier success, and then just as we did in World War II, combine them with new sources of innovation ideas emanated from the commercial sector. Only then will we have established a new arsenal of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Najib-Lak, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairman, Ranking Member, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the importance of America's defense industrial base and its role as a part of our democratic arsenal in strategic competition with the People's Republic of China. Today, I am the Vice President at a next-generation computing and trusted intelligence organization, Entanglement, Inc., that works to democratize AI around the world and detect anomalies in our supply chains from incursions from adversaries. But I'm delighted to be here to talk about a passion of mine, the power of industrial mobilization as it relates to our arsenal. In academic year 2012-13, net assessment on the industrial mobilization capabilities of the United States and the People's Republic of China done by the Eisenhower School of National Security showed that significant consolidation of defense suppliers at the prime and sub-tier level may result in a situation where the United States does not possess the infrastructure to increase defense production significantly in a rapid manner. What was true in 2013 is true today, and we must rally to close the gaps in our manufacturing capacity. Challenges to the United States industrial mobilization include the relationship between current systems ending production with the development and fielding of new advanced systems, alongside the effect of a globalized lead system integrator model that forfeits sovereignty of manufacturing in favor of cost savings. We must reverse this by investing significant resources towards the development of technology, but also the backbone infrastructure needed to produce and support structural transformation of our economy. One key priority from my time in the Department of Defense, alongside the deployment of capital to new entrants to the market through the Defense Production Act and IBAS funds, was to create and implement the DoD's first ever National Defense Industrial Strategy, or the NDIS. As we're here today to discuss rebuilding our arsenal, the NDIS lays out 4 strategic priorities to guide actions and resource prioritization needed to modernize our DIB both inside and outside of the government for the next 3 to 5 years. Those being building resilient supply chains, improving workforce readiness, leveraging flexible acquisition strategies, and enabling economic deterrence. I'm honored to have been so privileged as to work side along career civilians that are experts in their fields, but we must further enable the DIB to continue to innovate at the rate and capacity needed by increasing investment in targeted areas from both the government and capital markets to retake our sovereignty in manufacturing for key areas of national security concern. Part of the innovation we need to encourage is the use of operational technology for our manufacturing sector to upgrade capacity and avoid interruptions in production of military end items, such as precision-guided munitions, among others. There are many uses, these key components, in processing and transmitting large amounts of data quickly are using equipment like advanced radar systems, navigation systems, and weaponry, so the digital manufacturing base is a critical part of our arsenal. We have an imperative before us to ensure a secure, robust, and modern supply chain with stockpiles of products to rely on in time of need. And that means supporting the onshoring of key commercial manufacturing in national security sectors in the United States, while strengthening the skills and innovation of the workforce to rebuild our arsenal. The challenges we face in our supply chain did not happen overnight, nor will the solutions. We need to invest in our manufacturing prowess to create asymmetric advantages against adversaries by rapidly pivoting to digitally enabled production processes, which allow dual-use systems to accelerate the pace and scale of new technology development and integration. One way of doing this is to dramatically increase the funding of our network of Manufacturing USA institutes, such as MXD in Chicago, Illinois, to the advantage of our collective manufacturing capacity building. This committee could call for the stand-up of congressionally mandated panel or task force on the DIB to quickly study gaps and make recommendations for improvements in existing infrastructure and authorities to enable industrial mobilization and warm basing at capacity to sustain activity in multiple domains, both economically and militarily. The DIB is a strategic asset in the national security arsenal, and I'm excited for what the future holds for the manufacturing and digital industries, and have no doubt that the same innovation that led the U.S. to create the first semiconductor chip will propel our digital transformation and manufacturing capabilities to unseen heights to the benefit of our democratic arsenal. Thank you for providing me this opportunity, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. And I appreciate all of our witnesses. And now we're going to move to 5-minute rounds of questions. And I'd like to begin with Dr. Greenwald. Our recent simulation exposed the crisis facing our defense industrial base and the urgent need to expand our capacity before it's too late. It seems clear, though, that our lack of prioritization of defense spending and decades of purchases of minimum sustaining rates of key munitions in particular, we've allowed the defense industrial base to atrophy almost to the point of no return. What level of national effort will it take to turn this around, and what kind of demand signal do Congress and the Pentagon need to provide industry to make this happen?
Thank you, sir. A consistent one. I think that's the most important thing that we'll learn in these type of industrial base, particularly munitions, is that the budget line for munitions has been essentially been used as a bill payer for decades, and it has hollowed out the sub-tier of the munitions industry. We need a long-term commitment in funds, and I'm not going to say how much we're talking about, but I'm just saying we need a long-term consistent commitment that industry can plan on, the government can plan on, the government arsenals can plan on, and that we can actually start putting in place the investments that are necessary to improve the sub-tier suppliers that are so important in the munitions industry.
Okay. And then beyond boosting the demand signal, it seems to me that we need some emergency incentives, much like we used in prior crises like World War II and Korea, to help industry expand rapidly. In your view, what are the most effective types of incentives Congress could provide to move this conversation past the theoretical level and get concrete pouring for more production lines as soon as possible?
I'll give you a number of them. The first is I would look at the lessons of the NRAP program and SpaceX's Falcon 9 program. In other words, advanced purchase agreements, essentially incentivizing innovation. Basically, if you build it, we will come. Multi-year type of procurements would be necessary. I would deregulate the process. There's a lot of compliance going on within the industry. Let's focus rather on solutions, on getting things done versus on complying with various rules and regulations that may be nice to have but are taking time to do. I would look at indemnification. In other words, essentially taking the insurance liability and sharing that with the government. I would look at things like DPA funds, Defense Production Act funds, the IBAS funds, which Halima talked about. And I would also looking at, again, in creating a stockpile of munitions, whether it's for foreign military sales, or in other words, we draw down our existing stocks. We should create a different stock that we can build up to. And again, that's a demand incentivizer that will drive new investment. The other thing I have to say is that if we're talking about pouring new concrete and building new facilities, we have to probably look seriously at how environmental regulations play in this. And whether there's some type of emergency authority needed under the Defense Production Act. We really have to figure out a way to streamline that process if we actually want to compete against China.
Thank you. Mr. Brose, by the end of the next Congress in 2027, when Xi Jinping has ordered the PLA to take on Taiwan, that will be here soon. And given that so many of our key defense systems take years, if not decades, to materialize, what do we need to be doing to MacGyver solutions to our defense industrial base challenges in order to surge deterrence now when we need it most?
Yeah, thank you. And this, I think, builds on a lot of what Bill said, and I agree with it. I think the key thing that I would underscore here is getting way to the left of where we typically focus, which is on acquisition processes and spending. We have to change the way we think about the requirements for military systems. And I tried to get this in my opening statement. We have defined military capability to be so exquisite, so incredibly difficult to produce, that it is no wonder that it is something that our industrial base is struggling to produce. We have to actually put into the requirements process the ability to be hyper-producible, which will drive a series of different changes through industry in terms of utilization of commercial supply chains, utilization of more generalized labor, actually something where we can scale the production of these systems, whether they're weapons, whether they're autonomous vehicles. We have to actually engineer that in on the front end, and there's no law or policy that prohibits us from doing that. It's a question of thinking differently. I do not believe that we will be able to meet the challenge that you mentioned in this decade by throwing more money at the military we have. I do believe that if we think about changing the way we define military power and design it on the front end, there is a litany of companies, there are investors lined up, there is industrial capacity untapped in this country to build those new military capabilities and get them fielded this decade and increase deterrence.
Okay, thank you. And I'll now recognize Ranking Member Krishnamurthy for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brose, I want to draw your attention to this chart. Basically, here you see large gaps with China in producing everything from ships to ground launch intermediate range missiles to submarines to drones. I got to say that I want to ask you, these systems are all critical for deterring a conflict in the Indo-Pacific. Wouldn't you agree?
I would.
I want to draw your attention to one of these gaps, namely the gap in intermediate range missiles, ground launched. We were prohibited from building these missiles for over 30 years through a treaty we signed with the Russians. These missiles are essential for deterrence because they can move and hide easily and hold an adversary at risk without using riskier ship and air-launched platforms. So while we were constrained by this treaty, Mr. Brose, the CCP built the world's largest arsenal of these particular types of missiles, creating this huge missile gap. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
With these gaps in each of these areas, would you agree with me that we're inviting aggression by the CCP?
I would.
Let me turn your attention to another topic, and that is, how do we overcome, potentially, these production gaps? This, in my hand, is an aluminum casting. It was made in Franklin Park, Illinois, not far from my home in Schaumburg, Illinois. It's called a heat sink, and actually thousands of these are actually embedded in every tank treads to prevent them from overheating. Ms. Najib Locke, castings like this, as well as forgings, are used in over 90% of our key weapon systems, right?
Correct.
Well, let's look at the state of the U.S. and Chinese casting industries. As you can see from this chart, it turns out China produces over 5 times the number of these castings than the U.S. And now DOD says it actually relies on Chinese castings for some of their own weapon systems. So, Ms. Najib Locke, as a country, we've actively outsourced the entire production, almost the entire production of these castings and forgings to China, and essentially invited this particular discrepancy, right?
Correct.
I'm going to make a provocative statement, Ms. Locke. Tell me what you think. But I think the DOD should consider buying all of its castings and forgings in the U.S. And here's why. Just last week, as I mentioned in my opening, we saw the CCP ban exports of critical minerals to the U.S. We can't allow a potential ban on exports of things like castings and forgings that could potentially cripple our defense production. Would you agree?
I would agree, Ranking Member Krishnamurthy, and I would say that in addition to making sure that we buy, we must make sure there's a supply of U.S. manufacturers in the casting and forging sector, which means investing in what is often a capital-intensive industry and pivoting the rare earths or the raw materials needed for these tools. Some innovative companies like Dark Hive and the Maritime Operations Group are looking at new ways in which to use different materials to pivot that dependency on the PRC to other allied nations so that we can onshore that manufacturing capacity of casted and forged parts.
Very good. Let me turn to my final topic, and that is about continuing resolutions, Dr. Greenwald, which we may be under until late March. Dr. Greenwald, under CRs, DOD can't start new contracts or increase production of existing systems, right?
That is correct.
Chairman Xi Jinping wants the PLA to be ready to initiate conflict by 2027 with regard to Taiwan. As a result, the Pentagon recently requested increases for various systems that strengthen our deterrence so that when January 1st, 2027 arrives and every day after, Xi Jinping wakes up and says, not today. I want to show you this chart. It takes roughly 2 years to make many of the missiles that the Pentagon says it needs for our deterrence. As we can see here, if we had a budget now, that is with no CR, that's the top bar, starting in January of 2025, DoD would get what it needs by 2027, and we'd avoid getting into the danger zone. But a CR until late March or March puts us in the middle of this danger zone if it takes 2 years to build many of these missile systems for deterrence. So, Dr. Greenwald, it seems to me the people who want this situation are Chairman Xi and the CCP. Wouldn't you agree?
I think they benefit that from greatly unless we can somehow put an anomaly in the CR.
Well, Mr. Chair, if we keep having CRs, we might as well call them CCP resolutions, not continuing resolutions. We should not be doing this. We must pass a budget now. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate all of our witnesses this morning. Thank you for being with us. Driving into...
That was pretty insightful. I didn't know most of this information that we're talking about. I'm just getting to learn a lot. And this lady right here, she makes it seem cool, really, to make this weapon of mass, yeah. So, yeah, this is actually a good peek. This is a nice one. Let's keep listening.
To the hearing this morning, I'm just kind of observing people walking on the street, driving to work or going about their day, thinking about the subject matter of this morning's hearing. Couldn't help but think that the American people have been lulled into a false sense of security, thinking probably, not that we consciously do this, but we did it once, we can do it again, kind of thing, that the American ingenuity will always come out on top. And some of the things that we're hearing this morning would probably not support that kind of a sense of security. One of my questions, facetiously, not to you guys, is, and I'm not on those specific committees, so maybe they are, but why aren't our military leaders making these same kinds of points and suggestions? They should be if they're not, and I appreciate you guys bringing them up this morning. I got lots of questions, but I'm trying to narrow it down to some of the things that we can do in just a few minutes. Ms. Najib Locke, in your testimony, I know you're there somewhere.
Yes, sir.
You highlight the 4 strategic priorities of the NDIS, and one of your suggestions is to stand up a congressionally mandated panel or a task force on the defense industrial base to study the gaps and make recommendations, et cetera, for improvements to our existing and, more importantly, our needed authorities to enable a mobilization of the kind of thing that we're looking at. So, given your background at DoD, I'm sure you've given this lots of thought. Could you share with us some of your conclusions, not including the additional funding necessarily, but some of the specific authorities that may be needed for the DoD to help secure the kind of ecosystem that we're going to need in our industrial base?
Thank you, Congressman. Absolutely. In my time in the department, I benefited from having a very flexible authority of the Defense Production Act and IBAS in my purview, but I noted that those are emergency authorities. And unfortunately, that does not help the industrial base when it's trying to think through the broader acquisition and contract strategies and the lion's share of the department's budget undertakes. So advanced procurements are fantastic, but they're oftentimes used for long lead items. If there were the ability to do things such as purchase commitments more broadly across the department, that might be an authority that actually benefits the industrial base in expanding the capacity and ability to mobilize, particularly at the sub-tier level, which is where we have the most shortfall. Most of the companies that are suppliers must have commercial orders in order to stay alive. They cannot stay alive on defense spending alone. And so because of that dual use environment, we have to think about what are some authorities that allow us to place the order that then those companies can take to the capital markets, to the banks, to investors and say, the Department of Defense is interested. I have a purchase commitment. This is why I need this investment, because this is capital intensive, what we're talking about recapitalizing here.
Thank you. Thank you. Recent news, and I'm glad the ranking member brought this up, the gag issue, which it's very creative, but that's very concerning that China is going to ban exports of some of these critical minerals to the United States. And that news also coupled with the report that half of the Navy's fleet of 32 amphibious warfare ships are in poor condition and not on track to meet their expected service life. You know, there's been record spending at the Pentagon. For any one of you could respond to this, how do you suggest that the Department of Defense shake off its Cold War era procurement and budgeting system and bring non-traditional defense vendors into the defense industrial ecosystem, some of the things that you've talked about?
So I guess at the risk of being overly provocative, you know, the defense system that we have was put in place by Robert McNamara, and it was an intentional effort to basically create a state-run planning process. And a lot of what we're talking about here, to me, feels like we are trying to sort of optimize Soviet communism and save it. And the reality is we need to actually unleash American capitalism on national defense, and that is absolutely something that is doable. It may not be doable right now on the timelines that we need for, you know, large classes of manned ships and very exquisite bombers and things that we also need. But it is absolutely achievable for the kinds of things that we're talking about here, very large autonomous systems, low-cost weapons. The bottom line answer that I would give you is if the department actually puts the requirements together in the right way and starts buying these kinds of systems that we all agree we need on a rapid timeline, a crazy thing will happen in a capitalist society. Builders and investors will move in to build these systems on the timelines we need to deliver for our warfighters and our members of government. So I really do think it's as simple as that, and it's a question of kind of getting back to that core idea and really starting to create markets for these types of capabilities again.
Great.
And just to quickly add, Congress has given the department the authorities to do this, particularly with other transactions type of contracting authority. So they can buy commercially and incentivize the commercial market in the way that Chris is talking about, though it's not, it's at the margins right now.
And just to quickly add, if we can rebuild the acquisition workforce in the government, that would help unlock the use of these authorities, because more people need to understand how to actually leverage these authorities to take advantage of them.
Good. Well, thank you all very much. I appreciate your testimonies. Thank you.
Representative Castor.
Thank you, Chairman Molinar and Ranking Member Krishnamurthy, for organizing this important hearing. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. A resilient and modernized defense industrial base is absolutely vital to our national security, especially when it comes to deterrence of the Chinese Communist Party. I don't just hear this on Capitol Hill. I hear it back home in Tampa. That's home to United States Central Command and Special Operations Command. They're often, and their partners are often pressing policymakers to do better here. And I'm glad you raised the CR issue, because that is a great consternation for them. The stops and starts make no sense to them when they're just trying to focus on their missions. But I'd like to dig in a little bit to critical minerals and supply chains. My friend and colleague, Congressman Rob Wittman, and I have led a working group, part of this committee, for the past few months. Since June, our working group has held 6 meetings with experts across industry and government and academia on critical mineral imports, notably from the PRC, and how we're going to strengthen our supply chain. Ms. Nagy-Block, you've worked on the National Defense Industrial Strategy. We have a national defense stockpile that helps stockpile strategic and critical minerals. How does DoD identify stockpiling requirements for critical minerals? What are the criteria for using or releasing critical minerals in the stockpile? Is it a physical reserve, or does it allow DoD to use other tools to build up the resiliency as it relates to minerals and components?
Thank you, Congresswoman. The National Defense Stockpile is absolutely a critical resource, but it is a resource that, again, is identifying shortfalls in the commercial markets. And so the NDS only assesses through the experts that are there in the strategic materials sector of the Defense Logistics Agency when the United States cannot reliably access that raw material needed. Perhaps it's a specialty metal like titanium or tungsten needed for the naval industrial base, how we're going to then essentially pre-purchase and work with the commercial markets and those providers that are there to ensure we have access to, through the production process, actually manipulate that raw material, but it's only to the end items of what we need from a purchase perspective. It's not to cover the larger economic needs. And so is it physical? It is more so an effort that is in close tandem with the suppliers themselves, because they have the actual know-how and capability of keeping both the raw material and the precursor chemicals needed to harden them for defense use at the appropriate temperatures, and they have the warehousing footprint. And in some cases, the Defense Department does take it on physically, but it's more so a commercial exchange. And I do think that stockpiling is one authority that we have, but the reality is, as an expert told me, the rocks are where the rocks are. And so we have to work with allies to recapitalize their processing downstream and upstream of key materials that we know we need for our DIB, and diversify the supply chain of who our OEMs, our lead integrators, are buying from, so that they're not vendor locked to only the cheapest source, which is oftentimes in the People's Republic of China. We have to switch from lowest price technically available buying to best value buying, and that value is resilience in our DIB.
What's going on now that the PRC has banned gallium, antimony, and germanium? What's going on at DoD now when it comes to the stockpile?
So my understanding, I left in May, but I know before we left, there were strategic investments using the Defense Production Act in all three of those materials. So Perpetua, I know, was one, germanium and gallium were also invested in by, I believe Albemarle was another a mine that we invested in for lithium. And so all of these rare minerals were invested in, but only for, again, defense-specific needs. That doesn't cover the commercial side. And as you note, these germanium, gallium, antimony, yes, they're relevant for our munitions, but they're also relevant for electrification and EVs. And so when we're looking at the commercial markets, that's where the lion's share of the demand is. And so those investments are not going to be enough.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Dunn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank each of the witnesses for your testimony today. I think we all know it's incumbent upon us in Congress to optimize and revitalize America's defense industrial base and our workforce to maintain competitive military readiness. And we must not allow the PRC to continue to dominate production of all our critical industries and threaten our defensive posture. To address these defense industrial gaps, domestic and allied industrial policy shifts are necessary, and we're well positioned, I believe, to leverage our relationships with these staunch allies to help close some of those gaps. In addition, many of our allies in the Indo-Pacific specifically are well prepared and equipped to aid in maintenance and repair efforts of our ships and aircraft. I think it's worth exploring how these partnerships can be expanded. We've heard through our work in this committee, the PRC will stop at nothing to control critical industries through key economic and industrial policies, including IP theft, to carve out strategic advantage. And the members of this committee know that the PRC dominates industries that are critical to us and our allies for strategic policies and supplies. So it's imperative that we continue to work on this decoupling from China and working more with our allies. In my particular district, we have facilities that are stepping up, I'm proud to say. Earlier this year, NAMO and Raytheon signed an agreement to expand dramatically production of critical solid rocket motors. And that was good news for everybody concerned, I think. It gives us a reliable source of those which are used so widely. Last month, as was noted earlier, we had an interactive simulation with CSIS on the state of our industrial base, and the revelations were indeed alarming. You've seen Raj, the ranking member, put up 300 Chinese ships for every one ship America makes. That's astounding. The diminishing capacity of our defense industrial base, especially the shipyards, makes us vulnerable, and I look forward to continuing to work on this. Mr. Brose, it's clear that our military is overly reliant on small numbers of these exquisite systems, as you named, that our industrial base simply cannot build or replace at relevant scales and speeds to deal with a conflict. What measures are we necessary? Is there any way to replace the exquisite systems, or are we just strictly going completely to these lower cost, very capable, attritable systems?
Thank you, sir. I am in favor of continuing the investments in large ships and large aircraft. I mean, we need those systems. They're incredibly capable. They're important for the force design and what it needs to do. What I would submit to you is I am not confident, based on a lot of empirical evidence and lived experience, that we are going to be able to build up the relevant capacity of those types of systems on a timeline that's relevant. And I say that because it took us, as I think we've talked about this morning, it took us a few decades to get into the mess that we're in. And I don't think we're going to get out of it in a couple of budget cycles. I think that the only thing that will allow us to build up the capacity at an affordable price to generate deterrence when we need it, which is now, is really ramping the kinds of investments that we need in these larger autonomous systems, lower cost weapons. And again, I believe that is possible because Anduril is doing it. In 2 to 3 years, we have gone from a completely flat start to being on the cusp of mass producing extra large autonomous undersea vehicles with the Australian Navy. We're doing the same thing with the U.S. Air Force and collaborative combat aircraft, which are essentially robotic fighter jets. This is achievable. This isn't science fiction. The industrial base, a different kind of industrial base, is ready, willing, able, and funded to build these kinds of systems if the demand signal comes from the government that is what we want, and we want more of it now.
Well, thank you for doing that. And let me say thank you also for your book. I enjoyed reading The Kill Chain. Dr. Greenwald, in a conflict with China, the tyranny of distance is a major challenge to us. The U.S. does not have the necessary infrastructure capabilities to build or service and maintain our ships over in the far Pacific, but I think our allies can help. Can you comment on some of those potential opportunities?
No, I think as we ponder this problem in
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, smash the like button. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up to 100 likes. So we are currently watching the Committee on the CCP hold, hearing about the U.S. Defense Industrial Complex. I, for one, support peace 24/7, every day. Every time, anywhere. I support peace. I do not advocate for war, okay? I support peace. I want peace. I want everybody to be in peace because peace is hard, okay? It's hard to contribute to the existential conversation that would promote peace. Okay, it's easier to say, you know what? Oh, you talking to me like that? Then let's go to war. It's easy to go to war. It's harder to negotiate for peace. and look at the lives of children, pregnant women, fathers, uncles that you're gonna, end. So for me, I support peace. I support peace. You know what I mean? I support peace. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't be ready. You shouldn't have your equipment, your machines, and all of that stuff stocked up, like piled up. Like have the best equipment for sure. Have the best equipment. Have the best ammunitions. Be fully armored. Okay, be ready for anything because it's peace through strength. I'm not saying don't be ready. However, it's like only use it when it's absolutely necessary. But with that being said, let's go back to having a good time. It is Saturday Night Live vibe, okay? People are here saying they like masculine women. People are here saying they like older women. People are here saying they like younger men, whatever you like, okay? We're also mixing it up with the defense industrial complex. We're having a good time. God bless you guys for tuning in. Don't forget to double tap your screen to give this video a like. Let's get it.
In many ways, not just the Indo-PACOM theaters, we need to be looking at how can we better leverage our allies. In other words, it's just the math. The math in population, the math in ability to defense budgets, bringing them together is what has allowed us to compete with China faster. So absolutely, the allied forces, the allied capabilities in Australia, in Korea, in Japan, we need to better leverage those. We need to look at maintenance facilities. We need to look at co-production of whether it's munitions in Australia or shipbuilding in Korea. We need to get numbers as fast as we can. I agree with Chris, it's going to take us decades to get there, but we need to start now and we need to start thinking in a different way because we need to get the numbers up. And I think that's really important. What that's going to require is changes in the way we do export controls, the changes in the way we cooperate with our allies, all the processes that keep us, that limit the time to do that. We need to overcome some of those and do that very quickly.
Well, thank you for your answers. My time has expired, but I want to say I hope all of this panel will feel free to reach out to. I know all the members of the committee everywhere on both sides would love to hear your ideas going forward. So never hesitate to pick up the phone. Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you. Representative Auchincloss.
I appreciate the thoughtful testimony and both written and oral. Mr. Brose, amen, capitalism over central planning. Your written testimony talks about the Arsenal operating system, this 5 million square foot plant that you are, sounds like devising, though not yet built. There's going to be, version 1 will be in the United States. Can you take a minute and just tell us more about that?
Yeah, thank you, sir. The short version of the long story is over the past few years, we've been looking hard at this question of production, knowing that we needed to move into really large-scale production across all of the systems that we're working in, autonomous vehicles, weapons, and the like. I think what we concluded is there's not a magic technology that's going to save us. There's not some phenomenal process that is allowing us or going to allow us to do this differently. It's what I said earlier. We have to get this right on the front end at the level of design. We have to build weapons that are designed to be mass producible, because if we don't, we can't fix that problem on the back end. I think what we're trying to do with Arsenal is realize that in order to move fast, in order to very quickly reallocate capital, workforce, materials, machines, to surge demand when it's needed, to spin up new products when called for, you really do need centralization. You need to be able to bring this effectively under one roof where you can really get the kind of benefits of hyperscale, and that's the kind of core thesis behind Arsenal, which we'll be announcing probably in January.
It's a big programmable factory.
Yes.
I saw a version of this with Hadrian when I visited out in LA. And so am I thinking in the right vein?
That is a key piece of what we'll be doing beyond, in addition to other things. That's exactly right.
Do you want to build it in Massachusetts? We'll talk.
We are actively working in Massachusetts and building large diameter UUVs and a lot of other things. It's very exciting. Thank you.
Ms. Najib-Locke, I've voted against every single defense budget since I've been in Congress, not because I don't want a bigger military or a stronger military. I do. I'm just so frustrated with how the DoD procures things. and I wanted to send a message as a member of Congress. And in particular, I focused on FAR Part 10, which is functionally a mandate for the DoD to procure based on performance and to try to lean into the commercial sector rather than exquisitely build from their own specs. Can you talk at all about whether you or the other two, how FAR Part 10 might be part of the solution here for what you're describing?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Congressman. You know, I do think that the lack of procuring commercial items is a bit of a chicken and an egg issue because we have very unique needs, and oftentimes the requirements in a military operation do not match commercial requirements, but that's at the end item. When it comes to the component, I do think that past performance is a block for new entrants to the DIB. I do think that oftentimes they don't know how to navigate the maze that is the acquisition patchwork system because it is intended to ensure that there's not fraud, waste, and abuse, right? And so the question is really, to my mind, given the budgets are truly to sustain the force that we have, and today we've identified that the force that we have is not enough in a conflict, and we need to build more, how do we actually create other buying opportunities and unshackle the department to use commercial buying practices like the Federal Acquisition Streamlining Act entailed, FASA, right? So how do we do that? That's the question of money.
Not for time. I mean, we don't want fee-for-service contracts, right? We want contracts based on outcomes and performance. Dr. Greenwald, sometimes we can build it, sometimes we can buy it. We don't have to do everything on our own. That's a great part of having allies. Recently, the Biden administration announced the creation of the Icebreaker Collaboration Effort, or the ICE Pact. Briefly, should we be buying these icebreakers from Finland?
I think we should be buying from wherever except the Communist Chinese.
Yeah. The Finns are really good at building them. We're awful at building them.
The whole issue on Buy America is important. We need the capabilities here in the United States to do a lot of things. But if we have solid allies who can produce capability and technology faster and cheaper than us, we should start buying from them and then potentially transition some of those. But in something like an icebreaker, by the time we transition that, we've already bought them.
Final question, just really a yes or no. Do any of you three think that we will have a better defense industrial base if the United States cuts our basic research funding through the National Science Foundation, through the NIH, or through the Department of Defense?
No.
That's a no.
No.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Representative Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you all the witnesses coming out today. This is really important issues that we are really discussing. We have to really stand up to China, but to do that, the strong democratic alliances in the Pacific are the key to protecting the United States and our allies. This friendship helped deter the CCP from using military force in coming years. The U.S.-Japan alliance is the key for security in the Pacific region, and cooperation with other allies is crucial to maintaining stability and addressing shared challenges. So by working together, the United States, Japan, and other allies can pool their resources and capabilities and enhancing their overall military strength and ability to respond to crisis, especially for South Korea that has the largest shipyard in the world. And Hyundai Shipbuilding, they can actually go head to head with Chinese and making ships quickly at low cost and with the modern techniques. But we have regulation right now that you cannot buy Navy ships from other countries that, we really have to release that. And then we have strong alliance along with the cooperation with other allies like Australia, serves as a powerful deterrent against potential aggression from CCP and North Korea. The United States must lead, but working in lockstep With our partners, our mission can have intended success. Congress must address supply chain security and resiliency in the U.S. defense industrial base, but we are not alone on this. We must continue our relationship with our allies in the region and work together. I think this is really important. So Dr. Greenwald, if we are to build a roadmap to deterrence, how important is it to work with our allies, and what role does rethinking the supply chain is this roadmap?
I think it's extremely important. I think that's the only way we're going to win this competition. And if we bring together not only our NATO allies, but our allies in the Far East, and try to solve these problems, not just politically and economically, but militarily. And that's going to require a lot of different thinking in the way we've done it in the past. And that could mean that if we don't have the capabilities to build our ships or our weapons or whatever, or that scale, the number, that we should be looking to our allies as well, as our allies look to us. And the trade in weapon systems it benefits both sides. We need to figure out who has the comparative advantage to produce at scale immediately. I mean, we've done this on a peacetime basis, and that's fine, but we're approaching the crisis time where we need to actually kick up and figure out how can we all bring our capabilities to the table and create the ability to deter China rather quickly.
So could you give us like what kind of barriers that we have to remove? I already said that about the naval ships that we really have to remove that so we can start bringing since we cannot really build that here that as fast as what China does.
You would need waivers to existing law as far as shipbuilding goes. You need waivers to existing law as far as maintenance of those ships. We would need to transfer various technologies and information under the International Traffic in Arms regulations to do something like that. All of these factors, require time and a lot of focus and thought ahead of time. We'd also have to look at specifications and qualifications of sources and a whole bunch of different things that go into building our weapon system. So yeah, there's a lot there.
How are you going to have a communication opens like right now that we are talking about China, and we try to stand up to China, but some of the countries like South Korea has been very quiet about it because their trade.
Isn't it kind of weird that this lady's talking about we're trying to stand up against China? I mean,
problem. So we've been talking to how are we going to have Japan and other countries, China's aggression. That how are we going to have more communication open with the other countries that who has a problem to those countries have problem to actually open. The ideas that how they're going to work. Those are our allies, and they have to work with us. But you know what? They're not really aggressively coming out. How are we going to stop that? And then we can open the communication.
Well, we have a lot of agreements in place on reciprocal agreements on various procurement and standards and qualifications. We have these ability to sit down and work with our allies, and so we just need to put them on onto the next level and start having these discussions and see where they go. So we have the ability to do this. We just haven't had the compelling urgency to have these type of discussions.
And if I may add, in total agreement with what Dr. Greenwald has just said, we also have the ability to enter into security of supply arrangements, which allows us to, in time of need and ramp, where there's an ally that's in our supply chain that perhaps there's an order going to another source, we can raise our hands and work government to government to say, please deliver that to us before other sources. And so that increases both the understanding of need as well as channels of communication.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I yield that.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our industrial base and its workforce are critical to our national security, economic competitiveness, and world standing. I would like to address the significant issue affecting the defense industrial base, its labor shortage. While some leaders on the other side of the aisle would like to deport millions of hardworking essential workers from our country, industrial work, technology manufacturing, and labor-intensive positions of all kinds remain significantly understaffed. This should be a concern for all of us. The traditional idea of who can fill these positions, including specialized manufacturing and technology roles, no longer fits the modern 21st century workforce. Having a diverse and expanded workforce is vital for fostering innovation and creativity. Individuals from different backgrounds bring unique perspectives and ideas. It also helps us to meet the needs of a global and varied customer base, enhancing competitiveness on the global stage. As I've said before, one of our greatest assets and strengths as a country, and something that sets us apart from places like the CCP, is our diversity and willingness to embrace it. We need the defense industrial base workforce to reflect and look like the rest of the country. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, only 5.6% of mechanic supervisors are Black. Only 6.2% of mechanical engineers are Black. Only 5% of chemical engineers are Black. And the pattern continues despite Black Americans making up around 14% of the country. Although these statistics are disappointing, they present tremendous opportunity and untapped potential to enhance our industrial base, alleviate the labor shortage, infuse new ideas and talent. So to any of our witnesses, can you speak to ways Congress can be effective in recruiting new kinds of workers to the industrial base, particularly individuals in younger generations?
I would love to answer that question, Congresswoman. Thank you so much. I do think increasing access to apprenticeship programs and internship programs at the middle school and high school level is going to be critical to diversifying our workforce. We know we have an aging workforce when it comes to manufacturing skills, and so we have to take initiatives such as the National Imperative for Industrial Skills that the
So what, DEI?
DOD has through the IBAS program to really work with the institutes and the Labor Department to identify communities that have latent talent that's just untapped, and then training them on the needs, matching prime contractors that have a shortage with those students so that they get familiar with each other, but also to change and destigmatize the manufacturing workforce in the younger generation. These are very new, cool factory floors, like what is being stood up at the Arsenal, right? Where you're looking at some of our industrial base, they're using additive and advanced manufacturing and subtractive manufacturing to really do exciting things. They're using virtual reality to help with the tooling and precision needed. And so if we can expose the younger generation to what the current day manufacturing floor looks like, they might actually envision a career. And then how do we use apprenticeship programs to ease the funding line so that they can go to trade schools? Right? My father was a contract painter. That's why I went to law school, to be a procurement attorney, because I grew up bidding on contracts with him. And that good, honest work is what is going to rebuild our economy.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just add a brief point. I completely agree that when we look at the challenges of our defense industrial base, we have designed weapons and military systems that require such high degrees of specialized labor and workforce kind of across all elements of the supply chain. And then we wonder why we're struggling to build these things at the scales we need because we don't have the workforce, and the lack of workforce makes the problem of building harder. So sort of continuing on a theme that I'm hitting this morning, like a lot of our focus is on actually solving this problem on the front end so that you can design systems that can be mass manufactured and assembled by the broadest amount of people available. So you can start tapping into commercial automotive workforces and other parts of our workforce here in the United States and start bringing them into the industrial base in ways where they can immediately start contributing. I just don't see another way around solving this problem other than designing systems that can be produced by the largest segment of the American citizenry.
And if I may squeeze in one question, what are some of the examples of innovative, successful strategies from the private sector in recruitment and retainment for diverse, hardworking people of all backgrounds? And if they could submit that for the record, I would appreciate it. And my time has expired, so thank you.
Thank you, and without objection. Representative Hinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. For the past 3 decades, we know that the DoD has been able to.
So here's the thing about that last statement she made. She spoke about diversity when it comes to hiring personnel, but it's like, so what do you mean? You mean like if someone who is qualified and happens to be, well, say a Caucasian, you're going to say, no, we are only hiring people from different background. Is that what you're saying? Because you should only hire people who can actually do the job, people who are competent, smart, bold, confident in their ability to do the job, and who also have the experience. You can train people. I'm not saying you can't train people, but it's like, what do you mean by so what is your plan to hire people from diverse background? So we should open a job application just for diverse background. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Utilize FAR 12 as a procurement contracting tool for commercial contracting to quickly and affordably buy those commercially available products. That's critical. It helps to reduce red tape, enables more non-traditional suppliers to partner with DoD, preserves suppliers' IP and operations, delivers those innovative technologies to the warfighter faster, where it's supposed to, all while also saving taxpayer dollars and spreading those costs across a broader market. However, we know that that usage has really declined due to increasing bureaucracy. All of that red tape, it once accounted for nearly 20% of DoD procurement. That has significantly dropped. It's harder and it's costlier for businesses in the private sector to be able to engage with the DoD, much of why we're having this conversation here today. Over the past couple of years, I've been leading on an initiative to simplify the FAR 12 adoption through the NDAA process, but progress is a little slow there, while our adversaries are, as we've also heard today, rapidly modernizing their defense capabilities, and they're streamlining their procurement processes. So my first question today, Dr. Greenwald, how can this committee really help the DoD expand commercial contracting to be able to support our domestic workforce and our supply chain? So what should Congress be doing here?
So I have to kind of go back to when I was a staffer working for Chris and Senator McCain. It was so difficult to do what you're trying to do that we essentially started focusing on, let's take another pathway and go do other transactions, because then you could actually sit down and negotiate the type of clauses that are relevant in the commercial marketplace. That is probably the emergency way to go. We need to take FAR 12 and take all of the clauses that aren't relevant anymore to commercial contracting and get rid of them. We also need to distinguish between what is a commercial item. The department really doesn't have a problem buying commercial water, okay? You know, a commercial off the shelf, that's easy, I can price this, I know what it is. It gets really hard when you start modifying things. And it even gets harder when you have companies like an Anduril who are essentially creating military capabilities in a commercial way. And frankly, Congress has been trying to push on the department to create military capabilities in a commercial way. And that is included in FAR 12 as well. But the department has a hard time distinguishing between all of those and really wants to, it just can't essentially streamline doing something on this side of the spectrum. So that's why we do it with other transactions.
Right. But it sounds like you know what we need to do, so I look forward to talking
I would
a
be
little
happy
bit
to
more.
sit down
Yeah, I
anytime.
mean, I think at this point, we need to talk about the roadmap, right? Even if it's tough and it's hard, we're at a juncture, a critical juncture where we need to be having those conversations about, yes, maybe we need to circumvent and do some of these other things right now, but we need to reform these processes because otherwise we won't be nimble. We won't be able to work with the private sector going forward. And I actually, you talk about scale and being able to produce. I actually got to tour Andrew Earl's facility, and I got to wear the VR headset, and I felt like I was in one of my son's video games, right? And that's fitting for Mr. Luckey and what he does, obviously. But I was able to see that UUV in person, the school bus size thing, step into it, see what the compartments look like. Mr. Brose, how can we better align, as we're having this discussion, policy resources to accelerate production like what you've been able to do and ensure that we continue to maintain leadership in developing these critical systems? I would argue the private sector is doing this very, very well.
Thank you, and thank you for your interest and support. I want to build on the conversation you were just having, because I think in the Department of Defense, there is a presumption that things that they want to buy are inherently defense unique and not commercial. And they sort of start from that premise and then sort of argue themselves maybe or get dragged into, okay, I guess I can concede that this could be a commercial item. I would argue we have to flip that on its head and start from the premise of, is it possible to make this in a commercial way? Is it possible to buy this in a commercial way? And then only sort of under duress concede that, okay, maybe this is just such a high-risk, militarily unique capability that I can't use a commercial contracting vehicle. As you know better than anyone, passing legislation is hard. Conducting oversight is easier. So in addition to what you're doing, I would offer actually forcing the department to come up and explain how they are using and whether they are using the authorities that you and other members of Congress have been giving them for a series of years would also be a great place to start. There are authorities that they have at their disposal, many of which were written by Dr. Greenwalt, additional ones being written by you, that would allow them to do all the things that we're talking about here today. And the question isn't necessarily always that we need additional authorities, it's that they actually have to be called to account to use the authorities and abide by the laws that Congress is providing. And I think that would go a long way to start getting into some specific cases where we do believe commercial contracting would apply. Systems could be built, designed, manufactured, and bought in commercial ways. And we shouldn't just jump to the conclusion that it's a defense-unique system, so it's got to go completely down the cost-type model with all of the problems that entails.
Yeah. Well, certainly as a member of the Appropriations Committee, they all come to us and they want their checks. So that is a great place for us to ask a lot of those questions and make sure that they are executing on the will of Congress. So appreciate your testimony and your answers today. Thank you so much. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Stevens.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have to say, these testimonies are phenomenal, and they're more than.
Out of all the testimonies we've streamed, hearings we've heard, these guys are pretty much vast in their knowledge. They know what they're talking about. They're like well knowledgeable in their topic they're talking about. So it's like, that's pretty much comforting, you know, and that's really inspiring, because most times when you hear these people talk, it's like, what are you talking about? You don't even, especially the lady from USCIS. Did you see the director of USCIS? It was a disaster.
Just bedside reading. I mean, it is tuck under the pillow and wake up as this is the mission. And look, we're professional talkers in this body. I mean, we move things, we write the bills, we discover things, but at the end of the day, the executive action that needs to take place here is really quite profound. And Ms. Nakji-Blanc, I don't know if you know this, but I worked at MXD before I was in Congress, and at the time it was the Digital Manufacturing Design Innovation Institute. So I deeply appreciate your mention of Manufacturing USA, and both you and Dr. Greenwalt mentioning digital manufacturing. And as I think about how we're at the precipice of new government, you know, we're wrapping up this year, we've got a lot of government changes underway, and yet we look at continuity in government. And MXD, Manufacturing USA, is one of those.
Shout out to Cleon and Skylar. So, okay, Skylar says, yep, DEI is about conversations, not handouts. So what type of conversation? Okay, Levy, you gotta go. So, Skylar, you're saying DEI is about conversations, not handouts. Example. Can you put an example in the chat? And for Cleon, who says DEI doesn't mean hiring because of the color. DEI is for a fair chance to be seen at all without limiting a person by their background, but getting a chance to prove their worth. Example. Give me an example. Put an example in the chat. Put an example in the chat.
Entities that has actually existed now for 3 presidential administrations. They just celebrated, through the whole Manufacturing USA network, 10 years of existence since RAMI, the legislation was written. But we know that this new administration's coming in, and they're talking about efficiency. And there's this Department of Efficiency. I'm just sort of observing it. But I'm wondering if you guys have some recommendations for the efficiency department, and I know we're all touching on it, but it's an effort to really think about the blue sky of these agencies and how we can really achieve the goals of our defense industrial base. We know we're doing this better than other countries. We took a visit to Japan, and they're just starting this conversation between capital markets, defense, and manufacturing. I come from Michigan. We've got an incredible automotive base there, and we know that autos is linked to defense, and that's phenomenal. But Dr. Greenwald, when I look at the title of your testimony, that we are falling behind, we've got to be, and look, Mr. Brose, I also understand this is decades in the making and it's decades to dig out of it, but we can't be in this place. So is it something that we can push on with efficiency? Are there models? Can we enhance the work, Ms. Nakshi-Blag, of these Manufacturing USA institutes? We know we've got these incredible public-private partnerships that exist between Department of Defense and these corporate folks and the universities, and I'm looking at that, I'm thinking, yeah, well, why don't we?
The fact that they have public and private partnership, it's a big deal, because I've always believed this, private companies does the best job. So we had the Hurricane Helene in our area. I told you guys about it. The public schools, it took forever for them to clear the debris around the school. Forever. Up until now, you still see debris in these public schools. So the government takes their time, okay? They're sluggish. They take a lot of time to do their job. But private companies, they get on with it easy, fast. 2 days, 3 days, debris is gone. It's like, why do you like taking your time and not doing what you're supposed to do? And you are supposed to be the most efficient company in the land, body in the land. It's like, how is that even possible? The most efficient office is not even efficient. That's why they need the Department of Government Efficiency.
Advance that for production. COVID was a wake-up on this. So, I know I'm throwing a lot out at you guys, but it's a major topic, and we need leadership. And any thoughts that you have for this incoming efficiency effort, I think we'd love to hear.
Thank you, Congresswoman. And I did not know, but I'm lucky that I chose MXD. I was impressed. I attended their 10-year anniversary, and I do think the consortium-based approach is what's important here. I do think to be more efficient, actually funding those entities that are on the ground, understanding their communities, what their capabilities are, and how best to tease out an increase in capacity is going to be important. And so I think if this austere body could be more comfortable with pots of money that are not defined, that would actually help to use these flexible acquisition authorities more concretely. I do remember in my time in the department, there were oftentimes appropriations that came down that answered the question before we had the chance to solicit insight. And so how do we break that dichotomy so that actually there is an ability to give funding to new entrants that perhaps we don't know exist from market research?
Yeah, and flexibility is a solution to bureaucracy in some respects. That's, we saw this at MXD too. Dr. Greenwald, did you want to chime in?
No, I think
Thomas Sowell is definitely one of the most brilliant authors that writes about topics like that. You know, Thomas Sowell is definitely a brilliant person. Yeah, he's smart. But the thing that I have against DEI is hiring someone should be about performance and actions. It shouldn't be about diversity. If you are of a diverse culture and you're competent and you can perform, great, get the part. But don't be saying you're hiring someone just based off of diversity. It's like saying you want to hire a surgeon to operate on your kidneys based on diversity. Think about that. You want to have a kidney transplant and you're hiring a kidney transplant specialist based on diverse culture. That ain't finna happen. You want the most competent person to change your kidney, okay? To do the transplant. That's what you're gonna hire. So why is it that y'all want to do DEI when it comes to things that really matter? It's like, oh, let's diversity, equity, and inclusiveness. It's like, yeah, but if you're not competent, if you cannot perform, get them to a training ground. Let them train for a long time, and when they're ready and competent, when they can perform, move them into the field.
I think using the competitive commercial marketplace is key. Using the type of authorities that we've been talking about, and whether it's other transactions or FAR Part 12 authorities are critical. I think just going to your, how do we incentivize innovation? Your discussion, mention of the pandemic. The other transactions model that was used to create Falcon 9 also created the COVID-19 vaccine. Mm-hmm. And so if you look at the tools that are out there, how do you incentivize the industrial base to do whatever it is you want them to do? We can do this. We have the tools. We have the ability to do this. We just have to end up deferring to a lot of other different pathways. I think the focus of commercial contracting and is the one we do, and getting the industrial base really on speed dial.
Yeah, and Mr. Brose, I really appreciated your description of exquisiteness versus production capabilities. And is this what it comes down to? Is it the stockpile, is it volume, or is it more so capability?
No, so, and let me just make sure that you don't leave with the misperception that I think that it's going to take us decades to.
I just gave you an instance, Cleon B. Shout out to Cleon B. Cleon B says DEI. You act like DEI people don't work harder to do what you're saying. What I'm saying here is, bro, if you wanted to have a kidney transplant, you wouldn't even talk about DEI, bro. You would be looking for the most competent doctor to perform the operation. You wouldn't even talk about DEI. So, see what I mean? It's about competence and performance worldwide. That should be the standard. Competence and performance. If you can perform and you're competent and you've proven yourself, okay, great. I just told you, Cleon, if you wanted to have a kidney transplant, would you even mention the word diversity, equity, and inclusiveness? That wouldn't even be in your conversation. You would just say, get me the most competent doctor. You wouldn't say, I want a brown-skinned doctor. You don't care if they have green screen as long as they are competent and can perform. That's all you care about. So that's how I don't care about color. I care about performance.
Dig out, and that's the only solution. I think, to the contrary, I don't believe that's a viable option for us because the timelines are so constrained. But to maybe just answer with the form of kind of an anecdote. When I look at the defense industrial base, sort of here's the challenge, right? We talk about a shortfall in critical munitions. One of, I believe, the munitions that's been called out by this committee is the Joint Air-to-Surface Standoff Munition, JASSM-ER. Awesome weapon. You know, I tried to increase funding for it when I was in the Congress. I think that we're producing about 530 per year, around $1.3 million a copy. Down the street from us in California is a Tesla facility that's producing 4,000 to 5,000 vehicles per week, around $37,000 a vehicle. So a JASSM-ER is an amazing capability, but I cannot believe that it is more technologically sophisticated than a self-driving vehicle that drives human life around in it. So my point in saying all of this is if we think differently about the types of weapons that we're trying to build, the types of vehicles that we're trying to build, we have the industrial base in this country, we have the technological know-how, we have the workforce and the people, we certainly have the money to actually begin solving this munitions shortfall this decade rather than throwing more money at programs that are not delivering and hoping that sometime in the 2030s or 2040s we'll actually have the capacity we need to deter conflict.
And we have the unmovable allies. Mr. Chairman, you've been more than generous. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I look at it and we've identified the enemy. The enemy is us. I look to the example of NASA and the space program where we can't get the Orion space capsule into space until at least next year. They've been under development for I don't know how many years. And SpaceX is grabbing boosters out of the sky. So how do we, I mean, I'm criticizing NASA for its inability to do what it has to do, get us to the moon. I mean, I think if I asked, Mr. Musk, hey, can you get us to the moon? He'd probably get us there next year, all right? Just because they get us to the moon, because we don't tell them exactly how to get us to the moon, right? Where is it in the Pentagon where it all bogs down? There's got to be the place, right? Even if you have a change agent at the top.
We all got to agree on this fact that Elon Musk is probably the most efficient CEO in a long time that we've seen. He is absolutely so efficient. Like, the government knows, like, we give this guy this assignment, he's going to get it done. Like, you heard what he said. He said, if you tell Mr. Musk that, you know what, get us to the moon, just get us to the moon, he's going to get us to the moon next year. That's wild. And this is December 6th. So he's saying if you tell him on December 6th, you're going to get to the moon next year. How efficient can you be?
And trying to drive it through. Where is it that you would identify as, here's the problem at the Pentagon? They just don't get it. Is it because of they're afraid to fail, which I think is a big one too, by the way, or they are there's resistance to change, which happens at every organization, or they're trying to protect their jobs, or is it a combination of all three? Where is it in the Pentagon that this thing just stops?
I'll put my neck out there.
Okay.
I think it's a confluence of things. I actually think it's a lack of coordination because there's just not enough acquisition workforce to understand what the market looks like and to compare and contrast and try and get economies of scale for buying, which then would free up perhaps some dollars to acquire more commercial.
Just like in this hearing right here, this lady has been saved. I mean, everybody's knowledgeable in their own aspect of this conversation. However, she's been stepping up and saving everybody. Okay, so probably here I would say she's the most confident in herself when it comes to answering the questions that have been asked by the committee.
Items. I do think that without a knowledgeable workforce, it's not, you have to relearn the rules, right? You have to retrain that workforce. And unfortunately, without civilians there is, of course, the military that does rotate through in the Acquisition Corps, like at Wright Pat base in Ohio, but they have different mission sets and they move throughout the country. And so you lose that knowledge and someone has to start the program over again. I know my company, Entanglement, has had that start-stop where the person that's their main interlocutor moves on to another office, and so they have to start the conversation again, and that sometimes is difficult.
Would it be easier to simplify? Say like, I want to sink Chinese ships. Show me how to sink Chinese ships. I want to penetrate Chinese air defenses. You know, companies, could you come up with something instead of trying to tell the company what it
Shout out to Cleon one more time. Cleon says, you assume that a DEI hire, I mean, just the word a DEI hire, yeah, take it to the trash real fast, but I'm going to finish this. That a DEI hire is incompetent. Yes, they're not. Because you wouldn't be a DEI hire in the first place if you were confident and competent and capable. DEI wasn't made to hit competent people. It was made to give applicants for all races, or of all races, and not look down on the HBCU degree than Ivy League. HBCU, Ivy League, private colleges, or wherever you schooled, nobody cares, bro. Are you competent? Can you perform? Like most great innovators of our time, most great engineers of our time, most game changers of our time, they dropped out of schools. They dropped out of Harvard, your Ivy League schools. They dropped out. Musk, what's his name? My bad. I said Musk. I take that back. Zuckerberg dropped out. Microsoft, did he finish? Did Bill Gates finish school? Like most of these geniuses just drop out. So would you say because he didn't finish school, he's not competent, he's not confident? No. He has proven himself before he dropped out. He performed. He created something that the world started getting on. He already proved to the world that I am a competent creator, engineer, or whatever he was working on then. So it's not about your Ivy League or your HBCU. We're not talking about that. You know, that's when people start to bring in racial identity politics into the game. Nah, we're talking about performance. Can you perform? Nobody cares about your school, but your performance rate, what is it like? Are you competent? Can you compete with your colleagues in this arena? Now, you can't not compete, but then we're just going to give you a pass because you are a DEI hire. No, you're going to have to be able to perform. It's the same thing with a guy who was swimming with guys and was failing, and then he opens his mouth and say, I'm now a woman, and he swims with women and he wins the race, and people are like, oh, let him be, he wants to be a woman. That's the same thing with DEI. Okay, when they leave you to actually do the job, you cannot perform, you can't compete. But then when they say DEI hires, like, man, let him be, he's a DEI hire.
It is that I want to, how I want to penetrate Chinese air defenses, that maybe there are completely different ways that the folks that we have at the Pentagon haven't even thought about. Because who in NASA would ever think, hey, it'd be a good idea to grab that booster out of the air with chopsticks, right? Do you think anybody would ever put that in a requirement? No. Hey, we'd like to actually land the booster. Nobody in NASA would ever think about that, right? So maybe the same thing happens.
You don't get what I'm saying, TA. Look, I respect your opinion. What I'm saying here is if you have to say DEI hire, I wouldn't even let you hire me, bro. If you have to put me in the DEI hire category, I'm going to say no. I want to be placed with the people that are competing, bro. Don't put me with the DEI. Then you're making me feel like I'm not even worth it. Like, I wasn't worthy in the first place. You had to categorize me as DEI hire. Hell no. If I'm not good enough, I'm going to go work hard. I'm going to get myself up to par, and I'm going to come back and compete. But don't put me with the DEI hire just so I could get into the company. Like, if somebody hires me and says I am a DEI hire, bro, I'm not even going to work there, bro. Yeah, that's disrespectful to me. I'm sorry.
At the Pentagon, all right? They don't. How are they sinking Russian ships in the Black Sea? Well, they're using little drones, okay? And they're sinking multi-million-dollar, Russian ships with these, things that cost, tens of thousands of dollars. So, is that a problem at the Pentagon?
I think it's a huge problem, and frankly, it's how we used to do things. I think there's a misreading of history going on. That is the way the Department of Defense used to approach problems in the 1950s, all right? And geared on to give me a broad general statement, and we'll compete a bunch of different alternatives, not on a contract, but alternatives way of doing exactly that. And we got away from that. As Chris talked about McNamara coming in, we centralized. We went to we adopted the Soviet system in our management structure in the Department of Defense, and because of that, we now think, and because we won the Cold War, remember that, we actually that there's a thought that.
So TA says, it just means they have to hire people that normally are excluded for. Why were they excluded in the first place? TA says being a minority. So you think in this modern day, in the United States of America's history, when you've had the 44th president of the United States being Barack Obama, and y'all still think you still have minorities being deprived when they actually are competent and can perform? When you have people like Ben Carson, when you have the greatest basketball players of all time, you have the greatest rappers of all time, greatest R&B singers of all time, you have the greatest athletes of all time. Brown skin. So you think in this day and age, people are not getting hired. Like, even in the tech world, a lot of executives are brown skinned men and women. Competent brown skinned men and women. Okay? So it's like, when you say you hire people that normally are excluded, no, if you were excluded in the first place, then you weren't ready to compete, bro. Go get your game up and compete. It's just like in the YouTube game, okay? Mr. Beast is the biggest YouTuber ever. So now it's like saying, you know what? The algorithm is being used for Mr. Beast, okay? Let the DEI give us a chance to get more followers or views or whatever. No. Perform like Mr. Beast. Create videos like Mr. Beast. Like, don't be looking for handouts, okay? If you're not competing on the highest level and you're trying to get the highest level jobs, I don't want to be a victim, okay? I hate victimization mindset. I do not like to be a victim. I don't want to be categorized as a victim. I don't want you to put me with a victimized group. No, okay? I'd rather suffer than you put me with a victimized group. I'll work my butt off because I don't care about being a victim. Victimization mindsets would drain you, destroy you, make you absolutely bitter. And then you become angry. And then you think you deserve what you truly haven't worked for. Okay? Nah, that's not me.
These processes actually work. They don't work anywhere else in the world except competing against the one-time Soviet Union in the 1980s when it was falling apart. That's when we won.
If you may indulge me a minute or so. Okay, so what do the Chinese do? How do they procure the system? They do develop exquisite systems. They do, okay, but are they much more apt to say, hey, we want something that sinks American ships, go out and, you know, tell me what you got that sinks American ships. We want things that penetrate American air defenses. We want to knock down American planes. Show me what you, or are they more centralized, or they just have a bigger industrial base than we do, and they can produce these exquisite systems much faster with much greater quantity than we. Are they falling into the same trap, or are they thinking somehow differently?
My fear is that they have gone to school on us and are adopting our 1950s approach to buying weapon systems and essentially doing serial operational prototyping, bringing out testing, bringing it out in the field, seeing if it works, going back, making the changes, and deploying, and then using their manufacturing skill to ramp up when necessary.
I know he's indulging me, but one more thing. If it's so obvious to us in this room, why isn't it so obvious? Why isn't it obvious to the people in the Pentagon?
I certainly can't speak for the people in the Pentagon, but what I think I have seen is that it is obvious to many of them. And I think they're as frustrated as all of us sitting here today. And that, I think, is kind of the root of the problem, right, is that we have designed a structure in terms of our, you know, as my old boss used to say, our military-industrial congressional complex. It's almost purpose-built to evade accountability. What you said is exactly the way we should be doing it, right? It's what President Eisenhower did when he wanted to develop an intercontinental ballistic missile. He put his finger in General Schriever's chest and said, I want to put a warhead on a weapon that can go onto the other side of the planet and hit Russian targets. And you have a few years to do it. And we did. I think we need a similar approach now, where we start getting away from all of the detritus that we have created for decades, the legacy of the PPBE process, the reams of legislation that oftentimes make the problems worse, not better, and go back to accountability the way you're talking about it, which is human to human. Oversight and executive branch. Here are the things that we want to be true. We want them to be true in this decade, not in the next decade, but like in this electoral cycle. We will give you the money to do it. We will share the risk. We will give you support, but we will hold you accountable. And if you fail to deliver, we will look for people who can. I think we're kind of at that level of seriousness now, or at least that's what we need. It's how we have solved these problems in the past, and I can't come up with a better way of solving the problems that we have in front of us, and I'd love to see us get back to doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. Representative LaHood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having this hearing today, and I want to thank our witnesses for your valuable testimony here today. And obviously, the title of today's hearing, Rebuilding the Arsenal of Democracy, the Imperative to Strengthen America's Defense Industrial Base and Workforce, I think is important. And if I look at the last 2 years that this committee has been assembled and the work that we've been engaged in on how you win the strategic competition against the Communist Chinese Party, you know, I think about democracy, which is in the title of the hearing today, and we look at the rapid growth of China, particularly in the national security space, and for them, elections don't get in the way, human rights don't get in the way, you know, the democratic principles that we have here don't get in the way of what they want to do. And that's frustrating in many ways to see the subsidization of the Communist Chinese Party in many different sectors. That's not the way we operate. We operate on free market principles. We operate on elections. And as we see, elections have consequences. Things change every 4 years or 2 years. And so, you know, we have this yin and yang of policy directions that happen in the United States, and that's what we have to deal with. I wouldn't change it for anything. But as we think about how do we as policymakers help make it easier to adapt and change and revise the way we do things to make our government more efficient, more effective, more accountable, particularly in the national security space. And that's really what we're talking about today. And I look at the advancements that China has made modernizing their armed forces, whether it's artificial intelligence, hypersonic missiles, sophisticated cyber capabilities, and what they've been able to do over the last 25 years. And it's been remarkable in terms of how they've been able to scale that up. And these are almost all of these advancements that they've made are designed to undermine the U.S. influence and dominance, particularly in the key regions of the Indo-Pacific region. And their strategies, really through military-civil fusion, allows the CCP to reroute private sector technology for military purposes. And so China can not only expand its capabilities, but accelerate its defense innovation as well. So as I think about how should we look at things differently, and that's part of why we're here today, maybe, Mr. Brose, I'll start with you. We look at the defense industrial base here in this country, and there's lots of innovation and technologies that have come out of there that have been applicable in the federal government. GPS, the internet, innovations in medical technology really have their roots in defense-related research. And so how do we, as policymakers, look at investing in sectors that strengthen our economy and do all the things that we want to do, create jobs? As we look at economic incentives, I serve on the Ways and Means Committee. We're always looking for tax incentives. We don't subsidize industries, but tax incentives, tax credits to do those things. In your view, what economic incentives, such as tax-based approaches, grant programs, or private sector partnerships would be most impactful to expanding the defense industrial base capacity and stimulate innovation in the near term?
It's a great question and probably beyond my area of expertise to be able to give you kind of specifics on the tax side of things. What I would submit is I think there's a lot you can do before you even start to get into the tax incentive challenge, right? Where I think a lot of the theme that we've been talking about here today is actually the government beginning to put its money where its mouth is in terms of solving the kinds of problems, procuring the kinds of capabilities on a timeline that's relevant, essentially creating the incentives, the demand signal for a different kind of industry that is willing and able to step in and deliver these kinds of capabilities on a rapid timeline. I believe a lot of interesting things start happening downstream of that demand signal. You start to see companies that are now capable of stepping in and succeeding, that are capable of raising private capital to fuel their own growth, their workforce expansion, their development of new technologies, their own research and development. And that makes them more capable partners to then go do the next challenging thing that the government asks of them. So I think there's a lot here in terms of aligning the incentives to make better use of the phenomenal people, technology, capital, and other phenomenal assets that we have here in the United States before we have to start getting into, kind of changes to government policy that sort of pull them in that direction.
Thank you. Dr. Greenwald?
I think if we were going to look at tax expenditures, you probably would be looking at R&D tax credits. I think you'd be looking at the amount of money that the venture capital world is putting into defense, and perhaps there should be a tax expenditure there. And then I think I would look at retooling. One of the most interesting things about the Arsenal of Democracy was that America retooled while working on defense, and they retooled commercially as well as for defense purposes. And so the idea of allowing, subsidizing the retooling of America, so to speak, for defense would have a massive potential, particularly in digital manufacturing and so on, a massive potential for spillover in the other parts of the economy.
And if I can just add, Congressman, I totally agree with that idea. If we can potentially set up GOCOs, government-owned contractor-operated facilities that allow more digital type of companies, more software-based companies to enter into the defense market, that might increase competition. And as we know, competition in our market is how we breed excellence. It's that innovation in America that is often replicated but never duplicated.
Yeah, thank you. I'm over my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I want to thank all of our witnesses. What an important discussion, and appreciate your contribution to the hearing today. Questions for the record are due 1 week from today, and without objection, the committee hearing is adjourned.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up. Everybody double tap your screen real fast. Double tap your screen right now. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Double tap your screen. Okay, let me go on my stream right now and show you guys. Let's see. All you have to do is Double tap your screen twice. 1, 2, 1. No, shoot. 1, 2, and you're gonna get the likes up. Okay, with that being said, shout out to TA. TA says, that's not an example for the bar being lowered. Trump was president already. I guess you wanted to say the bar can go lower. Well, Kamala for sure wasn't, that's definitely diversity and inclusiveness candidate. Yeah, because she wasn't. I mean, her for real? Hell no. But it is what it is. And that's the thing. That's the thing, TA. This is a very wrong ideology, bro. Listen to what my boy TA said. TA said, going from the bottom to the top is the basis of the American dream. Send us your masses. Are you saying that's the right way, TA? Or you're saying it's the wrong way, but it's the way that the American dream has been working? Is that what you're saying? Because I disagree with that statement. You can never be down and bring somebody up. You have to be up to pull somebody up. You have to be up here to pull somebody down here up. You have to be up here to pull somebody down. You have to be up here to pull somebody from down up. But you can't be down and pull somebody up. You are already down. You need help. Okay? You need help. Cleon B says, yeah, whatever you're saying, Cleon, I promise you, I do not care, bro. I promise you I don't care. You have your own opinions. I got my own opinions. Whatever you're saying, you're doing it. You're picking and choosing what others say. You choose to peek. You're doing it. Whatever you're saying, bro. Because, I mean, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, my boy? TA, like I was saying, bro, look, unions are how the down help the down. Bro, what are you saying? Look, let's do a little research. Teamster leader right here. Sean O'Brien, okay? Let's Google Sean O'Brien's net worth. It says here, the estimated net worth of Sean O'Brien is $3.13 million. $3.13 million. So he's a millionaire, okay? He's a millionaire. So he ain't on the ground, okay? He's not on the ground. And you saying the union is a way for the people down to bring the people down up? No, because the union is a crucial part of the American economy. That's not the right analogy right there. If you don't think unions are the power of the American people, take that up with me. Here we go, bro. Here we go. I'm not arguing about the unions, bro. The unions play a crucial role in the economy of the United States. Okay, I'm not arguing that part. What I'm saying is we're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusiveness. Okay, and all we're talking about is, are you capable of doing the job? If you can, fine. I don't care if you're green, black, red, purple. Do your job and be capable. That's it. You aren't about putting the right hire for the job, being competent. Cleon, so what do you think I'm putting for the job? I don't know what Cleon talking about. Although I don't know if you were ready for masses. Receiving masses sounds like receiving more homeless. I just give y'all an analogy, okay? If you wanted to do a kidney transplant, would you be talking about diversity, equity, and inclusiveness? Absolutely not. Your number one mind state would be, I want someone who can perform, who has done this, who knows what the heck they're doing. That's what you be thinking about. You ain't finna be thinking about no DEI hire. Ben Carson, that is a legend, okay? Ben Carson grew up with a single mom. His mom was an illiterate. She could not read. He didn't go to the greatest schools in the world, but he was the first person to separate the Siamese twins, right? So it's like, is Ben Carson a DEI hire? Absolutely not. Ben Carson was one of the most competent people on earth today. Competent, bro. We're talking about competence, performance. You're right, but look, I ain't gonna waste my time on this. You guys understand what I'm talking about, okay? And I get what you're talking about, okay? You want people to get their fair shot and all that stuff, which is great. However, if you're not capable, go get some training, spend some time doing the work, become a master, and then go apply. If you're trying to apply to the highest office, do the most important jobs in the world, you have to be competent. You shouldn't even talk about DEI hire. DEI hires would be just as good as the organ transplant. The requirements aren't lowered. If they had been lowered, you don't function. So why the DEI in the first place? So you're trying to tell me there are actual competent people that are being denied. That's what you're saying. That there are people right now who can change a person who is probably going to lose their lives, and they have the capabilities, they have the tools to treat the person, and then they're not being given the job. Absolutely not, bro. The commercial space, if you live in this world, you would know that the commercial market rewards competence. Nobody cares about your CV, your piece of paper, your whatever you have in your hands, and I went to this school and I paid this much for my tuition. Nobody cares. It's what can you do? Show me what you can do. Prove to me what you can do. It's competence out here in the world. Is Skylar talking to me? I don't know if Skylar is talking to me about immigration. Cleon, are you saying Ben Carson was the best hire for HUD and not in the medical area? Okay, bye, Cleon. Luke says Larry Elder is almost amazing. Yeah, he is amazing. Big Pharma would not let allow more than a few to get a collective testimony before they will start canceling out this will bring you avoiding to answer that. Taking the energy, bro. Yeah, Joshua, I'm absolutely taking the energy. But guess what? You know what? You guys are the best. Thank you for tuning into the live stream. I'm not gonna waste my energy. Okay, it is 7:01. I need to get some rest. Thank you for tuning in. You guys are the best. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. Believe in God, okay? God loves you, okay? Stay strong. Never give up. Life is hard. Absolutely hard. However, stay strong. Stay strong, okay? I know things are hard right now. You're trying to survive. You're trying to pay bills. People are doing 2 or 3 jobs just so they don't go homeless. Just stay strong, man. There's going to be a light at the end of the tunnel. I'm praying for you, and God definitely hears your silent prayers in your heart. And yeah, this beautiful Sunday morning, I hope you get, great news, good news for yourself and your family. And may God protect you guys, bless you guys, and may God protect the United States. And thank you to the veterans, and thank you to the military. Whoever is still serving in the military, thank you. And also thank you to the veterans. Thank you to the moderators. Probably went to sleep by now, but yeah, you guys are the best though. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you. God bless you. All right, Skylar, God bless you, man. Say good night, brother. It's actually 7:03 a.m. Yeah, it's wild. But you guys make it worth it, okay? You guys make it all worth it. But I gotta go now. You guys be safe. God bless you guys. I love you guys. It is your boy Genesis.